It's hard for me to tell exactly when it starts talking. I think it records like 30 seconds first, or whatever, so it may come in at a weird time. Okay, I've got that going. Let me change this time here, so we're starting at 65. Had a lot of dodges yesterday. But our MMR is getting a little bit better. I think we're losing 16, and we're winning like 19 or 20. So eventually, hopefully that pays off. Let me pop out the chat here. Now I did just start kind of a new series today too. So be sure to watch that. Let me know what you think about it. But just looking at sort of off-meta picks and giving like real analysis of them. And I started off with ADTF. And I think I want to do Swain support, Mundo jungle, and then I might look at something like maybe even Tier Kaisa. I don't know, but anything else that's kind of like off meta that sort of people are talking about or other channels are saying are going to be popular. I'm going to try to keep up with that stuff too. Then I'll just research that a little bit and just kind of talk about it. And ideally I can get those videos down to about like 30 minutes each. This one I think was like 40. Yeah, just to give you the real scoop. Is all this stuff hype or is it not hype? Most of it's going to be hype. What's up, Quite? Yeah. Yeah. She's like, if you go to sleep, I don't have to. I need a snack now. Oh, she's just a clever little baby, isn't she? She's clever. Okay, so this guy's played one Cassio game. A non-ranked one Cassio game. None of these people play League. I guess this dude does. Is he picking Kane? Okay, he picks Kane.
The Tempest is at your command.
He's got one Ashe game. The Jax is really problematic. I guess we'll keep it. You baited. Did Nightbot work? Is it on? It might not be on right now. Let me see. I'll log in and see. I may have logged it out. I turn off the computer. Okay, it should be logged in now. Okay, so try it again if you want here in a little bit. Why not Rakan? Because the Nautilus Rakan matchup's pretty bad for Rakan. Like, I can win that matchup, but it's pretty tough.
Upon the wind.
Janna's pretty good also against like Lee and Jax. Jax is really like the major concern over there though.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
But yeah, the Rakan the Nautilus matchup's kind of rough, and like Leona is like okay for Rakan, but also not like insanely good. So, is there a visitor? What is that, Rory? You got a little bowl? Oh, okay, yeah, hold on. I thought I already exited out of that. Okay.
Minions have spawned.
Okay, there we go. I need more cranberries. Okay, got it. Sorry guys. Yeah, first game of the day does that sometimes. I got it fixed. I know you guys have a 30 seconds behind. Just give me a second. If you request something, you gotta try to give me at least 30 seconds. And, I don't know what the delay is. I have it as, like, as low as it can get. It feels like sometimes it's, like, 15 seconds or something, but sometimes it might be 30. Not really sure. But there is a little bit of a delay between when I can see your stuff and when you'll see it. This one is so annoying. Her range is so far. Lethal tempo Ash too. I guess for late game that'll be good, but
As you wish.
okay. So that's like 9 minutes on Flash.
First,
Shit. Notice I just stepped on that. Yeah, my shield just came up. We're gonna get a double kill though. Okay. I guess that's fine.
an enemy has been slain.
If I was fast enough, maybe I could have shielded myself there. I don't know if it came up like right when I died or not. My mana was kind of low too. I'd have to go back and look. Hey, what's up, James? Doing pretty well.
With ease.
Did I? I thought I was too low on mana to be able to E or to W, Tornado, and E.
Gale winds unleashed.
I have to go back and, yeah, I was in. I know my mana was really tight when that started, because I remember looking at my mana, and I was like, okay, I have to pick, do I tornado or do I shield? When it looked like he was going to go on me. But yeah, I just got the mana, like, at the very, very end, I think. So it was like, maybe I had like a 10th of a second or something, but it was very close.
Swiftly.
Damn it, does Ashe go and play the Run King too? I mean, that does scale well with Janna later on, I guess. Like, going the scaling lethal tempo build, it's just so weak early. They don't really have poke. Like, I really don't like Blade. Unless they also have poke. Well, trading my life for 2 more, I guess. Would have been nice if I got out of that clean, but I was trying so hard to bait him. Maybe I was trying too hard.
As you wish.
Oh, jeez. No, run, Ashe. Okay, she's. Why would you be fancy and try that? Like, just literally run this way and just flash like right here or something.
Breathlessly.
She stood there for like a second or two, I guess trying to get Lee to commit over here, and then she was going to go that way. But if Lee hits her with a Q, or if Annie flash stuns her, they can just like follow her over the wall. What's up, Lee? Yeah, I just hate dying. I think there's probably a way I could have gotten out of that without dying. Maybe. I don't know. It's pretty brutal if Nautilus gets a hold of me, though. Like, I was trying to get greedy and go for the Caitlyn also. I could have just W'd and Tornadoed the Nautilus and backed up, and I may have had enough. But I'm not sure if Caitlyn would have committed. But we would have had the Nautilus kill clean and free, and that probably would have been better than trading my life for one of theirs. This is giving Kane a lot of stacks, though, too, whenever he's getting those kills and assists. I think a kill or an assist, I believe, gives him stacks to transform. So he should be pretty close to transforming. I assume he's going to go blue. I don't know. If he kills Nautilus, that might give him red credit. I'm not sure which champions classify. I know when he gets... I think it's when he damages. It might just be when he damages certain types of champions. I don't know if it's he has to have kills or assists or just damages. But things that are like bruiser type of champions, he gets red credit. And then he gets blue credit for killing squishies. Or damaging squishies.
Enemy rampage.
We need Kane to come back down here eventually. I don't think we can 2v2 him. Definitely not. Because Bilgewater and Recurve are way lower damage than BF and Pickaxe this early in the game. Because Ashe doesn't have any special like on-hit benefits. I guess like each attack does give her a little bit more damage from her passive, but without crit, like that scaling's not going to be that high. So
upon the wind.
Attack speed in general on most champions, unless you have a very special on-hit mechanic like Vayne, you know, with her silver bolts, or like Twitch with his poison, attack speed is not nearly as strong as like raw attack damage early, because you don't need to attack that many times. Whoever can get out the most damage the fastest is usually going to win the fight. Okay, so he's blue cane now. Got flash this time. I might be able to bait him. Let me wait on him. We need to wait on him to finish that.
Breathlessly reveal what is hidden.
Ran. Okay, and he's gone.
Upon the wind.
What's up, Benjamin? Oh, okay. Thanks, Drainan. Thanks for clearing that up for me. Yeah, I wasn't sure the exact mechanics, but that helps out a lot.
With ease.
Okay, so it's based on if it's a melee champion, then it's red essence. If it's a ranged champion, then it's blue essence. Gotcha. So it doesn't matter about the kinds of items that it gets. Okay. Yeah, red in general is better, I think, but blue is more snowball-y. But we really could use red, but I think pretty much you kind of just have to take whatever you can get. The fuck? Like, hello? She had it, right? It didn't just come up? Arrow him in the face! I mean, what is she waiting on?
Swiftly.
He's literally running in a straight line right at her over a ward. Like, we see him walking straight at us. We know Nautilus is not there because we have a ward that sees that Nautilus is not there. Like, there's absolutely no reason not to fire that arrow.
As you wish.
Was she out of mana? Looks like she's got half mana right now. I'm trying to run through all of the reasons why she wouldn't use her arrow. My tornado was already on cooldown, Finn. I used it when he ward hopped to get close to Ashe because I was trying to buy her time so she could arrow and then we could turn and kill him. Yeah, it was on cooldown. About 99% sure it was on cooldown. Ashe did steal the dragon. Okay, so that's good. What's up, Alejandro? Push the tower, dude. It's too late to rotate. Oh, hey, look. We got Raptors. Raptors secure. We got Raptors secure, and we got a top lane tower, so I'm gonna call worth. No, it's not worth. It's not worth. You should never be on the top side of the map if you're the jungler in 2019. Counter jungling doesn't matter. The camps spawn so quickly, and they're worth so little anyways compared to any other objective on the map that there's no point in counter jungling. You literally just sit bottom the entire game. And that's how you win League of Legends in 2019. Because after they take our bot lane, like, they're just gonna take all of our camps too. And they're gonna have way more pressure, and they're gonna take, you know, they got a tier 2 off of that as well.
As you wish.
The game's just very asymmetrical. Then they ward up your whole jungle. Could potentially be someone just sitting in a random bush here too, just waiting.
In harmony.
And now our bot lane could go either mid or top, or they could get Rift. I mean, Kane's doing that a lot. He just slipped up there for a second. Just decided to just go see what's on the top side of the map. And it cost us big time. He's gonna ward hop out, probably. Fuck, get him, Rift. Okay, there we go. What?
As you wish. With ease. Swiftly.
What the fuck? Hold up. How did he hit me? What did he hit me with? Did he seriously dragon kick me from right here? to, like, how did he reach me? I don't understand how he was able to reach me. Like, is his dragon kick range the same as my W range?
Upon the wind.
Shut down.
Seemed a little weird.
Shut down.
Hey, thanks, Space. I appreciate it. I don't think he should have been in range to make that kick. He didn't flash, did he? I don't think he ward hopped. He had already wasted his Q trying to connect with me. I mean, my W range, like, his kick range, I think is like 400. I don't know. I haven't played Janna a ton, so I guess I'm not used to... I gotta get used to the specifics of some of these things. Yeah, I mean, I, like, stopped him in the air right here, and then I turned around to W him from here to here, and he still kicked me.
In harmony. Swiftly.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Jack's getting pretty big.
Fire has destroyed a turret.
As you wish.
Okay.
Breathtaking.
Need to get them to split up, because Kane can one-shot any of them.
As you wish.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
With ease.
Okay, yeah, sounds all good, man. Good luck at your job, mutant. Lee's right there, dude. Don't throw the game on that.
Upon the wind.
Can we end it? We don't have a wave. No, it's a terrible fucking idea. Who the hell's making these calls? Like,
Swiftly.
we may not have enough time now. I think we probably will, but... Ash just threw a random arrow? What? Was there somebody there?
Breathlessly.
We gotta try to deal with him.
Upon the wind.
Make sure no one's like coming to help him. Die. Oh, dude, someone come down here and help. Kill the split pusher first, then we all group up and go middle.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Cassio's working top though. Get her Scion? Okay, Cassio's probably dead here, but maybe not. It got some outplay. Okay.
In harmony.
Got the fancy feet. The fancy, snake slither thing.
Shut down.
Fancy tail.
Spree.
It's pretty good overall. I could have stopped the initial like Lee jump onto me. I was trying to get fancy and blow him like under our tower so he'd take more hits, but ended up getting slammed. Hey, this Sion's doing really well though. This Sion is actually really important. It's so nice to have a tank on your team. They are buffing him a little bit next patch too. Like, as an enchanter especially, and like an 80 carry, like it's so good to actually have tanks. Yeah, we need to back up.
Swiftly away.
No. I don't... I'm not even sure if we can 2v1 it. I mean, maybe. Trying to stay just out of range to see if one of them wants to overcommit to him. And that's something I probably need to do more as support, is just like just hide a little bit out of range more. Just try to play around vision a little bit better. I do that some. I just like let people think that I'm not there, so maybe they make a bad engage. Ash did actually get out of that. Get this lane up, Ash. We're not doing it until Kayn spawns, so you might as well push while you wait. Again that like changed on me. Was it a Jack stun? No, it was Annie, I think. Everybody kept flashing and using their CDs on me to kill me. Maybe should have gone for Merc.
Breathlessly. Your team has destroyed a turret.
The tradition arrow after Baron, yeah.
As you wish.
The Scion's playing very well. This is actually a good game of League of Legends. Like, people are throwing a little bit, like, not that much.
Gale winds unleashed.
We have a tank. We're getting to have actual team fights that last longer than 2 seconds. I've died way more than I would like to die, so I definitely got to work on my Janna positioning here, but... Oh, get wrecked, son! I love the Janna tornado stoppage. Alright, there we go. Well, guess what? You can't just play a bunch of assassin garbage and take down something like Scion. He's like, oh my gosh, I actually have to have something that's good against tanks. So, like, Annie and Lee just are not going to be good against Scion. So, yeah, they needed something on their team. Caitlyn's also not amazing against tanks. You know, Jax can be. But I can shield him and disrupt a lot of what Jax is doing, and then Ashe is going to melt the Jax. So we just had a tanky front line, and they didn't. Because they were running all assassins. Well, not all assassins, but, like, they had Nautilus and stuff, but we just outscaled them. I mean, she's the #1, like, win rate support. She's not good in a double assassin comps a lot of times, but... I mean, I like Karma on a personal level. I think that she's, like, a cool champion. But, like, do I think she's actually good? No, I don't think she's good right now. Especially not in a few days when she gets nerfed again. Yeah, Annie didn't build Void Staff, but, like, his shield spam and then me shielding him... But Annie doesn't do enough sustained damage. She's all burst. She actually did have a Void Staff. But, like, you're just not going to burst through Scion. He's probably had, like, 3,000 or 4,000 health, you know. And his shield is probably worth, like, 400 or something. And then my shield, you know, I can shield him, too. And my shield's also probably 300 or 400. So it's, like, every... however long, every 5 seconds or something, then he's getting a bonus, like, 1,000 health or something. So it's just, like, really hard to chew through all that. And, like, the thing about shields, too, with, like Janna, why Janna's typically so strong in solo queue in general is because shields are one of the craziest things in the game, because they scale so well. It's like the highest scaling thing in the game are shields, because it works with armor and magic resist. So, like, when you give someone, if I were to give him a 100 shield and he has 100 armor, it would take them 200 physical damage to break that shield. In a lot of games, the shield doesn't benefit from armor and magic resist. It kind of even, like, doesn't seem like it makes sense why it should, but it does in League of Legends. You know, in most games, shields take true damage because they'd be really OP if they didn't. Well, in League of Legends, they don't take true damage. They benefit from magic resist and armor. So, you know, if I give Scion that 100 shield, it takes 100 armor, or 200 damage to crack through it if he has 100 armor. Now, if he has 200 armor, it's going to take 300 damage to crack through that shield. And if I'm giving him, you know, a 500 shield instead of a 100 shield, then all of a sudden it takes 1500 damage to cancel out that little 500 shield that I gave him. So shields scale with magic resistant armor. They scale with plus healing and shielding, the stat. They scale with AP usually. And they also scale with other things that you like revitalize in your kit, which I had. You know, things like Airy, which I also had. Redemption. So there's just all this like crazy like stuff, and that's why like historically someone like Janna is really strong. Hey, what's up, Mir? Yeah, sorry, man. I don't know for sure. No, we're not gonna see Malzahar support, man. That hasn't been viable for like 2 years. They changed, like, what made Malzahar support viable for like 2 months before they nerfed it out was that the minions did a hell of a lot of damage. Like level 2, the minions could do up to like 800 damage, but they nerfed the minions a lot.
Your worst decisions will haunt you.
So yeah, they needed something. They needed someone who could deal with tanks. So tanks are what keep assassins and like all-in champions like Annie or Zoe or whatever honest a lot of times, is because target selection matters. You can't just blow up anybody. Now you have to try to position to figure out how do I get around that Scion on the front line, or Ornn or Malachi or whatever. Versus the problem that we've had through most of Season 9 is that everyone's a target. So assassins are so strong because everybody's playing squishy assassins. Yeah, sorry about that, Amir. I don't know, man. You can follow me on Twitter if you want, or you can join the Discord. I try to give announcements on those platforms too. All I can do is release the video and say, you know, give notifications for it. We can do Rakan. Janna felt pretty good though. Even though I lost a lot, it just felt like I was still scaling. They did ban Nautilus though, so they could pick Leona. Yeah, I really don't like that Nautilus Rakan matchup. Feels pretty rough. But yeah, so all I can do is tell it to release the video and send it to everyone notifications. So just be sure, you know, like you said, make sure you have the notifications on. Make sure you tell it that you want notifications for this channel with the bell. I think you can go in and custom do other stuff with notifications. I'm not sure. Or just come in and check it out. Just assume that, like, basically every night I'm probably going to be streaming by 10 o'clock. I try to aim for 9:30. Realistically, it's closer to 10 a lot of times, but Eastern Standard Time. So if you haven't gotten the notification, you know, just come in and manually check it. But yeah, I know it's annoying. Like I said, I can't do anything about it other than just release the video and tell it to click on it. Well, it is helpful if you click the bell and if you click subscribe and stuff like that. It may not always give the stuff to you, but it does help with like YouTube's algorithm so that like I get recommended more places. So it does help me if you have that stuff clicked, even if it doesn't work all the time for you and it's annoying, and I'm sorry. It does help me, because YouTube, like, it's basically like you just get more and more points. Like, your channel is seen as more valuable. It helps spread, helps me show up in more recommended videos, and it helps YouTube negotiate for more ad revenue on my behalf if you see, like, more user engagement. I'm not sure what we're facing bottom. It might be Teemo, so I'm going to put 1 point in Magic Resist. I hope that was my Rakan page too. So it does help me out a lot, but I mean, I don't know what the conversion is over to your time. I think that on average when I start is probably between 9:45 and 10 p.m. There are some days where I'm pretty late, and like maybe I don't start until 11 if I have a lot of school stuff going on or something, but I think by and large it's usually pretty close to 10. Okay, it's Teemo. But we still had to take some armor to respect. Electrocute TF, huh? Conquer Renekton. I thought Renekton did PTA. Maybe he does Conquer. I think Darius into Riven is a skill matchup. But I don't know for sure. I think at lower elo brackets, Darius is probably favored, and at higher elo brackets, Riven is probably favored.
A summoner has disconnected.
Destroy hope, bring the second coming of darkness, and get some new hair gel. I'm almost out.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds
I
until
only believe in
minions
myself.
spawn.
And Saya.
I'd probably be more scared of Renekton than Darius, though. If I was a Riven player. Darius, like, you can kind of outplay his grab. You can sort of, you know, stay in close to him and make sure his axe doesn't get the max damage. There's really not much outplaying Renekton. He just W's you and just rolls his hand across the keyboard and your life bar disappears.
Safe is for nerds. I do danger.
What's up, Void? Yeah, we've been back on YouTube full time for about a month now. I did a whole video about it about a month ago. So be sure to check that out. But I mean, the main thing is, you know, most of my audience is on YouTube. Twitch just wasn't bringing in any kind of new audience, and it was actively like hurting the channel really badly. It was the worst decision I've ever made, was to try to go onto Twitch. It just, you don't get any ad revenue unless you're a partner. The viewership fell by like 50%. And then all of the videos on the channel also fell because I wasn't streaming on YouTube anymore. I wasn't showing up in as many like recommended videos and stuff like that. We did get some subs, but we also lost subs on YouTube for that. It's really, really bad. Like, I guess, you know, in hindsight, it was probably okay just to try it, given that I didn't really know a lot about it, and that there's a lot of misinformation out there about it, or just people that, I don't know, don't explain the differences very well between YouTube and Twitch. I should probably just make a separate video about that myself. Like, not just explaining for me, but like for other people that want to know which streaming platform to go to. Might try to get something going here. Once I hit level 3. Yeah, I mean, it says it on the, I mean, I don't know. Like, I've been saying, like, I've been explaining on the channel the entire time where I've been and why. And then I think I said it pretty much every stream that I did on Twitch, too, for, like, a couple of weeks. And it says it in the description of Twitch that, like, I'm basically over on YouTube. So, I don't know, man. Sorry, somehow you got left out there. Yeah, it's not just what works best for me. It's like what works best for like everyone on the channel for the most part. Like there were like over 95% of the people that were watching me on Twitch had found me on YouTube, and I lost like a ton of people in the process of that move as well.
An ally has been slain.
Like, I lost north of it. I won't give exact numbers, but definitely, like, definitely north of $1,000 trying to do that switch for just even 1 month.
Living the dream.
So yeah, I mean, it was cool to try out, but there just really aren't that many benefits to Twitch over YouTube unless you're a really big, like, you have to at least be partner. And you would think that, like, oh, it'd be easy for me to get to partner. I thought it was going to be really easy. Like, oh, just 75 viewers, no problem. You know, on here, before we left, we were averaging 100, and throughout much of the last couple of years, we've probably averaged 150 viewers per night. So I was like, okay, sure, Twitch, no problem. But there were so many people that just would not, that watch it on YouTube, that would just not go watch it on Twitch. They just wouldn't. Either they didn't like the technology, they didn't like the platform, or whatever. And so we were only averaged like 56 viewers. 56. Down from, at our lowest before we moved was like 90 to 100 was the absolute lowest. We were averaging 56 after a month. I thought maybe it's just the first couple of weeks or something. We got both flashes this time. But no, it was like after a month, it really wasn't getting any better. So yeah, it was catastrophic. So, and we're still going to be recovering from that for a while, because there are people like you as well. They're on, you know, on the YouTube side that, you know, stopped watching because I was over on Twitch. And so, you know, you'll probably still see people trickling in a couple of months from now saying, oh wow, I thought you went over to Twitch, what are you doing back on YouTube? So yeah, it was rough, but I mean, we'll recover. It's fine. People have been telling me to try out Twitch for years, so we tried it out. But yeah, we had to pretty quickly about face on that because it's rough. Yeah, that's a big thing that I've heard from a lot of people, especially at work and things like that, is YouTube. Because it's not seen as a gaming platform, and for some reason a lot of employers don't want you watching gaming while you're on the job, but they're okay with you watching funny cat videos or something. I don't know. Probably because people that watch Twitch are a much smaller viewer base than YouTube. So if an employer bans Twitch, they can say it's just for gaming or whatever, and then they'll be like, just maybe 5% of the employees would care, you know. But if they like tried to ban YouTube on company grounds or whatever, you'd probably have riots because everybody uses YouTube. So I mean, the biggest things for me is, you know, Twitch did not give any ad revenue whatsoever, like zero, but they still ran ads on your channel when you were an affiliate. They just kept 100% of the money. They keep an exorbitant amount. They keep 60% of your partner revenue. So like your subscriber revenue. So when you give me $5 on Twitch, I get like $2 of that. YouTube gives you $3.50 of that. And it's just like, it doesn't promote your content unless you are like the huge mega stars of Twitch. You're not going to show up in any suggested videos, and the suggested videos are very, very like small, like the amount that gets suggested. So I don't know. It had some really cool features from a technological standpoint. I like the emotes a lot better. I like kind of the chat and the font and stuff like that a lot better. I like the idea of them having these like plugins you could use to create like cool little interactive stuff. But at the end of the day, as far as like getting eyeballs on your screen and creating a better, like, more consistent experience for viewers, I think Twitch is just, or YouTube's just better at that. We were even up items. We were up a Kerchise Shard, and we still lost that because Draven's just strong AF early. I'm too low. I literally, they just look at me and I'm dead. I don't know. Twitch can work for some people, but I think honestly, if you're trying to grow your channel, especially if you come up with a lot of other content like me, and I'm going to try to keep doing more of that. I just released a video today that's, and I'm going to try to, like, debunk, or, like, investigate, I should say, a lot of these, like, all caps things that are out there. So I started with ADTF, and I'm going to look at some other stuff and just, like, really run through it and try to aim for, like, 30 minutes. Is it actually good or not? Doing stuff like that, doing in-depth guides and things like that. People, you know, can find my channel through that. Can find my channel through that, and then come check out the stream. Is historically how I've, like, found some more success.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I don't know how I feel. I'm not like that mad about like what people call cam girls. It's like, I don't know. Some people get really mad about it or just like hating on it. I'm like, look, man, if you just want to sweet talk a bunch of dudes into giving you money, like that's been a thing for thousands of years on thousands of platforms. So you know, I don't think that's anything new or revolutionary. I don't know. I mean, they're trying to clean it up because it looks like, you know, I think it's a lot of people that just like think it's unfair. It's like, oh my god, people are showering these girls with money. Why don't they give me money on my, like, you know, 5 viewer stream or whatever? And I understand that, but the reality of the situation is a lot of the people that are on these smaller streams just aren't going to grow and they aren't going to make money anyways, regardless of whether or not there's cam girls. I don't know. I could see, like, conservative sort of people arguing that kind of thing, like, oh, women shouldn't be exposing themselves and that kind of stuff on there. I could see that level of argument, but the argument that, like, it's not fair to other content creators, I don't know. I mean, I guess it does set a bad precedent for women as well because, you know, girls that don't want to show stuff like that, don't want to show any kind of skin, you know, they're not going to get an equal show or an equal share. So it does create problems, but a lot of those kinds of girls have to deal with a lot of stalking and weirdos and things like that too. Like, there's definitely a price. So I don't know. They've got the IRL channel though, which, yeah, it is watered down from just gaming. I see what you're saying. I agree with that. Now they've got IRL and things like that. I mean, I don't know. It's fine. I think YouTube kind of made a mistake by not trying to... Because they were trying to do YouTube gaming. They just didn't really put a lot into it. But they are increasing their streaming. So they've got, like, this new kind of platform for streaming on YouTube. They're just not calling it YouTube gaming. So it's like they are... One thing that really annoys me, too, is they used to have this really simple in-house, like, video editing that they offered on YouTube itself. And it was great as an educator because it was so simple and easy to do. I could just tell my students, just go edit your video on YouTube, and then they could publish it on YouTube, and boom, it's perfect. For, like, their interviews and stuff they have to do in my class. Oh, she missed. Yeah, there's a lot of people behind you. You did something stupid, so you die. Raven there. That's looking real spooky. Can we get a cage in there? Yeah, a lot. They just did not market it very well. So I think they're just getting rid of, like, trying to be on 2 different platforms. I agree if that's why they got rid of it. That's kind of dumb. But yeah, I really wish they had the in-house video editing. It was so simple. It was so easy. It was great for students. I might have even used it some for my own video editing needs. It was just really simple, like, no effects, like, basically single recording, single cut, like, just run-of-the-mill. I just did an interview, like, you know, what students would use it for. Like, I did a 30-minute interview. I just want to cut out a few of the parts I don't need. Boom, it's done. And it was all in the cloud, too. They didn't have to download anything, and they could publish it right on YouTube. Now, I tell them stuff like, hey, you can use Filmora, or you can use these other kind of free ones, but it's just one extra piece of stuff they have to get. And I used to use, what was it called? Like, Wii Video. Then they made it, like, really corporate and terrible. And they got too mana hungry. Mana hungry. Too money hungry. Yeah, no, it was probably, well, I think if they went into it more, it'd be good, but I think just having it as a separate thing you have to log into, it's different from YouTube, was probably a bad idea. It just wasn't integrated.
This place looks different from where it started. More dark matter?
An ally has been slain.
As far as the eye can see.
I was really hoping that guy was going to go ADTF, but he's actually smart and going ADTF. Okay, Teemo's like sitting right there. We need one more person though, but everybody's dead. I want to start streaming. Is a good idea, or should I buy a new? Well, it just depends. I mean, rank isn't the only thing that matters. It's nice, you know, if you're a diamond or whatever. But yeah, I mean, the technical stuff obviously matters a ton too. Like, if your computer can't handle it, if you're gonna lag a lot, then obviously that's not gonna be good. If you're not giving like a smooth experience there. But you also got to have something that sets you apart too. I mean, you got to think very carefully about what's your brand. Why do people watch you over other people? I think that's the most important thing. Like, what are you bringing to the table? What's unique about you? Everybody's got something unique about them, but like, how can you turn that into thinking about an experience that someone would want? Because like the gameplay alone is usually not enough. Like, you gotta have something about your personality, you know, whether you're trying to be funny or sarcastic or whatever. Especially for a game as like popular as League. If you're picking some super obscure game and you're like really elite at it, you know, sometimes the gameplay's enough. But if there's not a lot of competition, but in League obviously there's a ton of competition, so.
I only believe in myself. And Saya.
Am I a cool professor or not? It depends on what you mean by cool. I think so. I'm cool, but I'm like actually like trying to be effective too. Sometimes people might think of cool as like not effective. Like the cool professor, the one that like, I don't know, gives everybody an A and just has you watch like funny videos all class or something, you know, that could be considered cool, I guess, but like, is it effective? Probably not. So, I think I do a decent blend. Like, I don't always give students everything they want, but I think I'm pretty reasonable. I do look out for their best interests. And I do think most students enjoy the class. I mean, I get good evals most of the time. So, like, things that I do that would probably be considered cool. I give students opportunities to revise all of their major essays, even up until the very, like, after classes ended, up until, like, the weekend before I have to submit grades. I allow them to do revisions on their stuff, not for full credit, but, you know, to earn back some points. I give extra points if you show up to most of the classes. I give extensions on every major paper, usually by like 5 days. I do one-on-one conferences with every student for every major project for 15 minutes and give them all advice on how to succeed on the essay. I let students pick their topics for every essay. So I let students pick their topics for all of their essays. I let students pick their groups for group work. I give it, like, usually a ton of detailed comments. I tell them exactly how this type of stuff will be useful for their careers, whether they're going into business or engineering or whatever else. I always relate it back to say, look, this kind of persuasive writing and critical thinking, persuasive communication is going to be useful everywhere. So I try to make it real and useful. So I don't know. I do as many cool things as I can, but you know, if some people's definition of cool is like, do you hand out A's to everybody for doing virtually no work? No, I don't do that. But other than that, I think it's I think most students probably enjoy the class about as much as they could, considering most of them aren't English majors. Holy shit, the slow on that, though, is brutal. Okay, we still got him.
Forget my name, just call for the Lord.
No. That's not true at all, James. There are plenty of students that, not plenty, but every semester, you know, if you're teaching like 90 students a semester, you know, you're gonna have a few people that don't like you. And sometimes students, you know, they're just not smart about that. Sometimes they feel entitled, like I'm entitled to give them an A, or they can just sass me, or they can sass their employer or whatever with like no consequences. But I understand that, like, a lot of these kids are just young, like they just don't know, they're naive, maybe they've had everything handed them to them their whole life or whatever, so I actually hear them out, you know. I don't have any sort of personal vendetta. There have been plenty of times where on a personal level, I'm like, man, this person's kind of a jerk, but you know what? They did write a good essay, they get an A. Or on the flip side, and this happens much more often, I really like this guy. He's so cool, he's fun, we had great conversations, but he just did not put any work into this assignment, or he just did not, like, do a lot of the homework. So if I had to rate him on a personal level of like, do I like this guy? Is he cool? Yeah, A+. But in the class, I got to give him, you know, a B- because he's just not doing a lot of the stuff. So, you know, I think I'm very fair. The students that I like, you know, sometimes I give them grades lower than I would like to give them. But it's not fair if I give them higher grades because they're a really cool, fun person, and I enjoy talking with them. Like, it's got to be fair to all the students. Like I said, on the flip side, too, some people that very clear they have a problem with me, that are rude to me, sometimes I'll give them a high grade because they earned it. I don't think most professors do that at all. I think if you were to go up and say some of the stuff that some of these students say to me to a lot of professors, you're going to be in big trouble. Oh, for a lot of students, yeah. Grade inflation is rampant. I had a student freak out on me in class on the first essay because she got an A-. It was an essay that had sources where you're supposed to do research. She didn't have any citations. Her argument was okay at best. But She was constantly on her phone during class, goofing around, talking with her friends, saying stuff like the week that the essays due that she doesn't understand what the assignment is or what she's supposed to be doing. But she did write an okay essay. Lost her mind in class, like, was borderline screaming, like she thought she was talking to her friends, but she was like, she was like dropping F-bombs, like, F this guy, this is stupid, whatever, and I could hear her, the whole class could hear her, and was like looking around really uncomfortably, like, oh my god, what's he gonna do about this? And then I went over and tried to calmly talk with her, and I told her she could do a revision, you know, and that she wasn't meeting certain criteria, like citing stuff on her first essay. And yeah, she got an A-, completely lost her mind. It'd probably be fun, James. Most students I usually have really high evals, and I have really high standards a lot of times too. Like, I have students write bigger essays, more complicated essays, and all of that kind of stuff. But I usually have pretty high evals too, and I think that's the mark of a good teacher. Is like, how far can you push them, right? To where they're still learning and they still enjoyed the class. I think that's what an instructor's job is. Push every student as far as you can go in a fair way. Just milk everything you can out of students. Get them to learn as much as you can in a fair way. That's what I consider. Now, in the humanities, though, yeah, over an A-, like, on the first paper, not even for the class, and I told her she could do a revision. I said the first essay is usually kind of hard. It's most people's first college essay. I'm dealing with freshmen. And yeah, I just lost it. So a lot of students think of, like, an A- or a B+ is really bad. If they don't get an A, a lot of them will get pissed. In an English class, now there's a double standard. If it's like a chemistry class or something like that, yeah, everyone is okay with, or not okay, but like, they understand that, you know, they got a C or whatever in the class. And that's just part of our culture. Everyone just assumes you're supposed to get an A in everything, like that's a humanities class, right? Or the teacher just doesn't like you because it's BS. Like, they think that there is no such thing as, like, that there's a difference between good writing or bad writing or persuasiveness, or they just think they're not going to use it anywhere. It's like, persuasiveness just doesn't get marketed very well. And it's really hard to, like, prove it. You know, I can say you didn't use your sourcing that well. Or, like, you're not really thinking as much about the audience as you should be, or whatever. But that's not the same thing as saying, you got this chemical compound wrong, let me prove it to you. Like, here's what this periodic table says. Or, you got this math equation wrong, here's the correct answer. Because English never has, like, a correct answer, there's always a better answer. You can always do better when you're thinking about persuasion. And a lot of students are just really uneasy with that. And so it's very difficult to justify to them why they, like, what the difference between an A or, you know, an A or a B is a lot of times. Yeah, sort of what Kira is saying also is another reason that some people are really hostile to English is, I mean, I'll just tell you, in a lot of departments, in a lot of humanities departments, especially, I mean, English is like this, but other departments are kind of like that too. A lot of the professors are very far left. They just are, politically. I mean, that's the truth. The university I teach at right now, actually both of them that I teach at are a little bit better about this than some of the other ones. They're a little bit more measured, but still, that's just how it is. And so, you know, I've had at another university, is that, you know, if you say something that does not align with their political viewpoint, they will get you. It doesn't matter how well you write it. And that's just the honest truth. And I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. I don't do that with students. You know, I have students say things that I don't agree with, sort of on a personal level. I'm kind of an interesting case because I don't really consider myself like really far left or far right. Like, I'm very measured. There are certain points about certain issues that you could look at and I might identify with one side or the other, but I'm pretty nuanced in like what I think about different issues. But I mean, sometimes they say stuff that's like, I'm like, I don't know about that. I'm not sure if that's true or accurate, but it doesn't matter. Like, because I'm not like, an English class should not be there to judge. It's not an ethics class. Like, it's not like you're going to church or you're going to like something else, right? It's supposed to teach you how to think critically, how to improve your writing. So even if I disagree with what someone says, I'm going to teach them how to think the best they possibly can about that topic from all different issues and how to communicate the best about that topic. That's the job. That's what it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be, you know, if you have a problem with, you know, you get an F if you dare say anything that challenges like far left theories about gender, or if you say anything like religious at all in one of your papers, you fail, or something like that. So I mean, a lot of these like conservative commentators that are saying that, you know, the universities are sort of being taken over by like far left liberals, they're right. Like, they're right. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I agree with, you know, quite a few things that, you know, the left believes in, but I also agree with some things the right believes in, and I also agree that it doesn't matter what I think. What matters is that students become better thinkers. Like, it's not what they think, it's how they think. That's what matters. And so that's a thing. What Kira said is like, sometimes people just think of, oh, it's English class. We're sitting in here learning a bunch of this like, you know, kind of leftist indoctrination stuff instead of actually learning how to think or write. And that's a problem. So yeah, I mean, so that's why a lot of people feel like English is just this kind of like BS class that you take where you just figure out whatever the teacher wants you to say and you just say it and that's it. And if they like you, you get an A. If they don't like you, you get a B, and you complain and write a bad review. I mean, I think that's what a lot of students think about English. It's like, it's just some junk class you have to take so that you can actually go to your real class. You can actually go take your engineering class or your computer science class or your accounting class or whatever. Sorry, that got you, James. What'd you say? Let me see. Sort of, James, sort of. But it's... James just said that that stuff shouldn't be tolerated in a multicultural society. Yes. But I don't want to get too political here. I totally agree with you. Like, you know, I'm all for equal rights, tolerance, understanding multiple cultures and perspectives and things like that. But I think that some of the conversations are going too far and they're too restrictive. So yes, if someone is just like coming in here, like into my class and writing swastikas all over the board and saying death to all Jews or something like that, yes, I'm going to shut that down. But if someone is just saying like, you know, I found this passage in the Bible to be really persuasive about, you know, such and such issue, I'm like, okay, let's talk about that or whatever. Or if someone comes in and they just say, like, I think it's debatable whether or not, you know, like the role of trans people in sports, or, you know, whether or not it's fair, you know, to have a trans person in a certain sport, or whether, you know, self-identified trans people should have their separate sports, or how they should be classified or something like that. I think that's debatable. You know, I think there's a conversation to be had for that. So, you know, I don't think it should be shut down just because it's like talking about a hot topic or something like that. But anyways, so I don't want to get into all of those vicissitudes, but the whole reason that I brought that up was that it's all of this combines to make it somewhat challenging in English classes right now if you're trying to teach like real English, real critical thinking, because so many students come in with so much like preconceived notions and baggage that they get from other stuff, and unfortunately a lot of that is correct. And so grade inflation is rampant. I mean, a lot of teachers, because whether or not you get hired back depends, especially if you're a part-timer, which is what most people are at universities. Like about half of all the people that teach are adjuncts or part-time people. They aren't tenured faculty. Is your evals. You know, if you get bad evals, you're probably not going to get hired back. So what's one of the number one things that students are looking for when they write an eval? Did I receive a fair grade? And, you know, if you give someone a B and they don't think they deserve a B, they're going to write you a bad eval. So there's this tremendous pressure on, especially in English departments, to hand out higher grades because you want good evals. Because very few people are going to argue, no, I didn't deserve an A. I should have had much lower than that. I'm pissed. I'm going to give you a good eval or a bad eval. It doesn't work that way, right? Some people are probably going to say, okay, yeah, I think I deserved an A. I got it. So whatever. So you have to really convince them. If you want to give a lower grade, it's like you really have to convince them they deserve that lower grade most of the time. And that's tricky. So I try to handle that in my class by having them do like daily writing assignments, just like in class, just writing up their thoughts about stuff. And we do really small homework assignments that also like build into the larger projects. And they write about that, and we keep it all in this like Google Drive file. And a lot of times there will be people eventually that just won't do a lot of that work. And so it'll end up hurting their grades, and they can't argue against that. What are they going to say? Like, you did 30 out of the 40 homeworks, you get a 75% on your participation that's worth 15% of your grade. You're going to lose a few points off your final average. I mean, a lot of people are like, okay, you're right, I didn't do that work, so yeah, I deserve the lower grade. Because you can't argue against that. And then just like choosing to give people revisions. You know, just saying, hey, I gave you an opportunity to revise this. You chose not to. You got a lower grade. Or I gave you an extension. I gave you 5 extra days here. You chose not to improve your essay. I had a one-on-one conference with you. I gave you plenty of advice on how you could improve and, you know, succeed on this essay. I let you write about whichever topic you wanted. All of these are kind of like just building a case for students at the end of the semester. In case they don't get the grade they want, they can go back and see, oh, I had all these opportunities. He was trying to help me the whole time, and I got this lower grade, so I deserved it. That's what you have to do, really. Like, it's a lot of extra work versus a chemistry class. You just teach your subject, you give them a Scantron or like a short answer or whatever, and if they answer it correctly, they get credit. If they don't, they don't. And then they can't argue with that. They're like, okay, I did not know the chemical compound for this, or okay, I did not know how to do this mathematical equation. I didn't get it, therefore I deserve a C in the class. So now they might give you a bad eval if they think you're mean or something, but there's very little they could argue in terms of like how they performed on a test. So yeah, but a lot of teachers don't think about it quite as deeply as I do and try to integrate stuff like that into their class. A lot of times it's just the papers, and they don't give extensions, they don't offer a lot of revisions and stuff. So anyways, so it's tricky. It's hard out there for an adjunct in English these days. That'd be fun, James. I mean, I think at the same time, so yes, there is some like inflation in the classes. I think the average in a lot of English classes is probably something like a B+ or an A- these days, versus like a chemistry class is probably like a D or something like that, or maybe a C is actually average in a chemistry class, and then they curve it sometimes. But you can't have the average actually be a C if you want to be employed in an English class. It just can't happen, because you will get bad evals and you will be fired. So I'm just like, you know what? There's grade inflation, whatever. I don't care. I can't do anything about it other than the stuff that I've tried to do. And so I just try to get them to do as much thinking and improvement as I can. And that's it. Whatever their grade is, whatever their grade is. As long as they become a better critical thinker, better communicator, succeed in their jobs, succeed in their personal lives, are just better citizens, you know, in that sense, then I think mission accomplished.
It is less complicated.
I'm gonna have to flash. No. Okay. They could. I just think this day and age, like, critical thinking, no one actually, like, understands or, like, thinks that it's important. They're just like, well, I just Google whatever the hell I need to know. It's like, that's really dangerous. I mean, I use Google too, but you gotta at least look at multiple sources if it's something that's really important. Oh, James is also asking about religion. I'm not gonna go into religion. As far as, like, what are my personal beliefs? I try not to talk about, like, what do I personally view about politics or religion. And people might be surprised about some of the ways that I talk about certain issues, because I'm very chameleon-like. I try to always think about and sort of represent multiple sides of an issue, even if I don't personally agree with it. And I think all critical thinkers should be able to do that. I think if you're actually a really good critical thinker and you really understand an issue, you should be able to represent either side of that issue equally. Like, someone should not be able to tell which side you actually believe in. If you can't do that, then I don't think you understand all the sides well enough. But I mean, that's a pretty lofty bar, but that's what I try to set for myself, and that's what I encourage students to kind of be able to work towards, something like that. Yeah, I mean, the thing that people, and I try to stress this to students too, like, information is not neutral. Like, there's always a story behind it. That's not a bad thing necessarily. It's like, you just have to understand that like, Google doesn't just show you random sites. Like, it's sites that earn Google the most money usually. Really? Okay.
Kill evil? You can't. Where
An ally has been slain.
All right.
An enemy has been slain.
I think if you're a hard worker in my class, going back to James's point, I think if you're actually doing the assignments,
I am so
you're doing
far
most of the
back
daily
that
writings, you're
I
actually
am
trying on your
console.
essays, I think you could definitely get a B+ or an A-. And I think that's how most, like, entry-level English classes should be, like English 101 type of classes should be. If Ash had Comet, I'm pretty sure we would have won that a lot cleaner too.
Gonna burn.
The lethality just takes so long to come online. And Blather and King is just awful. On Ash. In solo queue. I mean, maybe for, like, organized team fights, but...
I do danger.
playing so far back. Ever taught Lolita? No. I actually don't get to teach literature most of the time. I only got to teach one 19th century lit class, which reminds me I need to fill out this spreadsheet thing too that I totally forgot about. Most controversial thing I've probably had students read, it was like sort of sexual in nature. That's what you're getting to is Mrs. Warren's Profession, 19th century Brit lit play. Forgot the name of the author. It's been a long time since I taught it, but it's basically about one of the main characters is this mom, Mrs. Warren, and then she's got a daughter. I can't remember all the characters' names. This was written in like the 1880s, I believe. Could have been 1890s. But the mom like has all of this money and she's really wealthy. And then the daughter wants to be like an accountant or something, which was really like progressive sort of at the time. The daughter like wanting to have money, wanted to be at this accountant, and she was kind of this like new woman type of figure is what they called it back then, which today we would call like a proto-feminism type of thing. So anyway, she's a strong, want to be this strong independent woman, and her mom was like really rich, and you know, as the story unfolds, they try to figure out like what's up with her mom or whatever, like why does she have all this money. And it turns out her mom had been a prostitute back in the day, and she worked her way up through the sex industry and ended up owning her own brothel, and was now in charge of her whole life. You know, she didn't have to be beholden to any men. She was a successful entrepreneur and business owner. But the daughter just like didn't want any of her money or anything to do with it. She thought it was like terrible money because she had been in the sex industry. And so there's this kind of argument going on. It's like, yeah, but that, you know, she was able to do all these things. You know, able to get her independence, able to become this, you know, to provide for her family, to provide for her daughter. But her daughter just thought it was this dirty money. So it was interesting. No, Lolita's not a Russian book. It's by a guy named Vladimir Nabokov, who is American. He did travel around a lot. At least at the time when he wrote it, he was an American. So I think he, like his parents, I believe, might have been Russian, but he's considered an American author. But yeah, that's about the raciest thing that I taught. There were a lot of texts, actually, in the late 1800s about, like, women, sort of, like, sexuality, like, what's appropriate, and all of this kind of stuff. It was pretty interesting. But yeah, but I never have taught Lolita. Although I would. If I taught 19th century or 20th century American, I would teach Lolita for sure. I think it's one of the most important texts. Interesting how she didn't arrow the Ash or the Zyra immediately. But I'm never going to get to teach 20th century American because I'm primarily British. I just read Lolita on my own.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, Mrs. Warren's Profession. Pretty cool. Pretty cool play. Yeah, George Bernard Shaw. Yep. Like I said, it's been a while, so I haven't, you know, had all the details of that before, but... I don't know where Lee is. He's out of here. Dragon's up. Our jungler's goofing around somewhere. Yeah. I feel like almost every game is determined by the jungler. Just, it's not even like who the jungler picks. It's just literally who sits bottom the most. Basically wins. Yeah, almost everyone's AD except for Zyra, which is kind of a feels bad, but...
Living the dream. The dream of romance.
Anyone ever had an A+ in my class? Yeah, all the time. Plus doesn't matter in most universities. It doesn't affect your GPA. It's just like if you have an A. So like having
I only believe in myself.
a 93, depends on the university, a 93 or a 94 is the same thing as having a 100. Some universities don't even have minuses. I think a lot of them have minuses. But like an A+ is pretty much the same thing. Yeah, I'd say, I mean, it depends on the class, but I'd say a lot of times, probably like a third to half of the class ends up with an A.
Life is way more fun if you give up the rules.
I mean, you really, like, in my class, you kind of have to want to get a low grade to get a low grade, because there's so many opportunities, like... Oh, there's the 4-man. Because you can, like, revise papers, I meet with you and help you, like, with your papers. If you just do all of your, like, homework and things like that, that accounts for a good chunk of your grade. If you just show up, you get some extra points. Like, pretty much the only people that, like, really underperform significantly, they get, like, lower than, like, a B, or maybe a B-, are people that just don't turn stuff in, or just, like, miss a hell of a lot of classes or something. It depends. One of my places where I teach at now does count D as passing, but another one, if it's a freshman level class, not just English, but any freshman level class, then you will get what's called an NC, which is no credit, if you get a C- or lower. So you have to retake the course, but it doesn't affect your GPA. So they're just like, okay, students are going to goof up, they're freshmen, they're going to do some dumb stuff, so we're not going to murder their GPA for a freshman level class. Nice. Okay, nice work. There's no dragon to take, but yeah, as far as like non-freshman classes, if it's a major class, I believe you have to get a C or higher. Some, like, I think psychology is like you can get C's in psych major classes and still they count that, but I think every other major you have to get a B in a major class for it to count. So like if you're a math major, you have to get a B in your math classes. They may have changed that. I haven't been an academic, like a formal academic advisor for a long time. I did that, you know, when I was an undergrad, as sort of a side job, which paid minimum wage. But yeah, most major classes require you to do it. The psych was the only one that allowed C's to count, I believe.
I do what I want. No Star Guardian can say the same.
What's up, Krusty? Some of them might, but not many. I don't advertise it to them. I try to keep it separated because it could look unprofessional, potentially, if I like advertised it. Although, you know, professors have students buy their own books and stuff like that all the time. I don't know. I don't know how they feel about it, but I do the best that I can to try to keep it firewall. There's a really high chance they could kill me, so I just gotta back up. But yeah, there's been a couple of students that know, but there haven't been like that many. I had one guy last semester that came up early on in the semester. He's like, "Are you the strategy professor?" I said, "Yes, I am." I was like, "How'd you know that?" For class, and then he said that he was part of the gaming club there.
Those good guys.
at the university, and that somehow they knew about me. So, how much extra credit? It's hard to quantify. If students miss 0 or 1 class, then I give them 1% on their final average. And then I allow them to do revisions for essays. So if someone just splices a couple of fixes a couple of comma splices or something, it's not gonna amount to that much. If someone like completely restructures their argument, finds new sources, or like does a bunch of other like things that provide evidence they've learned a lot and have improved over the course of the semester, then that will give quite a few more points. So it just depends. I also give like a completion grade for rough drafts, so that tends to inflate grades too, but that's not technically extra credit. I don't give away points just for nothing though. Don't just curve it. I'm not like, okay, the class average is an 85, so I'm gonna give everyone 5 points. Like, I don't do that type of thing.
Dancing between the rules.
But if they want to work hard and they want to earn it, then there can definitely be some improvements. But the thing is, like, even though I allow that, like, almost nobody takes advantage of it. Like, the only people that do extra credit are people that already have an A, or people that maybe have an A-. It's never the C students or the failing students that do extra credit. Because the only way you get in that position in my class is by not doing stuff. Basically. So if you're a hard worker, you're probably already doing well in the class. Have any wards? I think Singe is actually pretty good right now. In most of the games I've seen him in, he's definitely relevant. But yeah, so at first I didn't, like, many years ago, I didn't used to offer revisions because I was going to be like, you know, I thought this was super inflationary. Like, I don't want every one of my class to get an A or I'm going to have no credibility. But nobody does it. Nobody does revisions. Only the students that already have A's get bonuses most of the time from the attendance. It's very rare for someone to show up to every class and not do well. So all of these things are like, they're nice gestures, but when we're talking over large populations of students, it really doesn't affect grades that much. Would I coach a league team at my college? If I got paid for it. I can't afford to do any more free stuff. Because that would take a lot of time. I would teach classes about it. I think that would be really cool. They're actually, like, there's this one guy at the university that I'm at right now, a grad student, who's trying to push to get classes like that taught. Like, new media and stuff like that. Like, how to understand, like, streaming and gaming and, like, from a business side. I think that would be really cool. Man, this Singe is freaking murdering everybody, dude. My current university doesn't have a really serious esports program, though, and they mostly do, like, fighting games and, like, Rocket League, I think, more than they do League. Which I was like, what the hell are y'all doing with your lives? Yeah, we're about to throw. Make sure they don't counter Baron over here. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I try to be a really good teacher. I think a lot about, like, what's the best way to help my students. Not just learn, like, some obscure poem or short story, but how can they actually use this and sort of succeed. Because, you know, when students are take my class, they're on my team. That's how I see it. I want them to get these really awesome, high-paying jobs. I want them to do really well and get all this scholarship money and all this stuff.
The universe tends towards chaos. I'm just
So that's how I see it. Almost like they're a second kind of family. Even if some of them are dysfunctional at times. Can we get this? We don't have enough power to take Baron, I don't think. We need Ash. What do I think of the new Warhammer 2 DLC? I think it's great. I really want to do another Empire campaign with, like, in the normal provinces, but I think that's probably too much Empire. But I really like the wolf art. Unique mechanics is just really cool. I'm digging it. As far as the new game, the, like, Total War, Odyssey or whatever it's called, I'm more skeptical of that. I looked at some stuff about it, and they were saying that, like, dude, get out of here. How does... Oh, my God. Just because they were trying to, like, justify it by saying there's not going to be that much cavalry because cavalry was really rare back then. And I'm like, I don't give a crap about historical accuracy. I mean, it's cool, but, like, if you're taking away features or if you're taking away unit diversity just for the sake of historical accuracy... I mean, I don't want to play a game with a bunch of dudes just running around with, like, swords, and that's, like, your only unit options, you know? Yeah, Troy. They were talking about, they wanted to, implement some of the myths at the time that were going on. I'm like, oh my God, are they actually doing it? Are they actually going to put in, like, Minotaurs and Medusas and things like that? I was like, that sounds sweet. And they're just like, in spirit, you know, like, we're gonna say that people were actually scared of Minotaurs, so that affects their leadership on the battlefield, you know, this and that. I'm like, dude, don't troll me. Either put in the myths or don't. They need it. Like, you can't keep up with Warhammer Fantasy without the myths. And that's... You know, because they try to do the same type of stuff with, like, Three Kingdoms, which was the biggest waste of time I've ever done for the channel. Like, I spent so much time practicing Three Kingdoms and trying to get good at the mechanics, and just, like, nobody watched it. Like, absolutely nobody watched it. It's like, I probably spent, like, no joke, 30 or 40 hours learning and trying to develop, like, some content for that, and I probably got a total of maybe, like, 3,000 views. Like, it was ridiculous. So it was, like, super disappointing. Complete waste of time. Thrones of Britannia. At least I didn't spend that much time on that. I only spent, like, 5 hours on Thrones, like, looking at stuff, like, practicing some builds, trying stuff out, and then I just said, no, this is bad. I'm not gonna do it. So, I want it to be good. I think a historical title can be good, but I just think that, you know, Warhammer Fantasy has set the bar so high that in terms of unit diversity and faction diversity, it's like, it's got flying stuff, it's got dragons, it's got trolls, like, there's just all these different tactical things. Versus, what happened with Three Kingdoms is it's like, okay, basically everybody has spears, swords, and archers. And sometimes they're stronger or not, but there were, like, very few, if any, really unique units. And there were not, like, as many unique mechanics. That was the thing. I actually did like Attila quite a bit as the Western Roman Empire, but the main reason for that is the city management was so like complex, rich, and interesting, especially kind of their system of balancing your imperialism or whatever, like doing all these different intrigues with your family and like trying to get it a certain way. Like it had this really cool sort of like trade-offs all over the place. So that's the one thing that I really liked about it. Don't stand close to the wall. Okay, nice. But I liked that. It was the city management was much more complex than Warhammer. Although Warhammer's stepping their game up, man. Like, I think some of the city stuff they're doing with the new Empire is pretty cool, but... Well, I just think that... Yeah. I just think they have to do it. Like, just like include the local myths. Just make it, cause like, well, I'm already kind of committed to going for this. I'm not sure if Ardent is the way to go here. I maybe should have done Redemption. Ardent will give a lot more damage to Ash, but I think Redemption probably would have been better. I mean, I guess I could sell it. So I would lose like 300 gold value, but I'm at max items anyways. Maybe I'll just sell it and get redemption on my next pack. But yeah, like, they have to do it for the sake of unit diversity. Like, I understand historical accuracy was most people just running around with, like, sticks and maybe some swords and just beating each other to death, but, like, it's just not the most enveloping gameplay when someone could easily just go play Total War Warhammer, which has such, like, crazy replayability. It just, in my mind, just never really gets old. Like, every campaign's great, and they're always adding on, like, more DLC and stuff to it. And there's a really great mod with, oh shit, I done goofed. Let's get out of here. Don't give him Baron. So yeah, they just need to do, like, at least some, like, myths from local areas. And they're doing that some, you know, with Three Kingdoms. They started to add in, like, abilities if you were in romance mode, but they were really OP. But they started to add in, you know, these characters would have different kinds of magical types of abilities, but they didn't bring in, like, mythical monsters and things like that. And I don't know. People might say, oh, that's not historically accurate to have that kind of stuff in there, but at the same time, it's like, but people, like, thought that it was. Like, that's what the myths were. The myths kind of were their history back then. So... yeah, you know, you're right, Kenji. I could have done Shirelia's also. Either way, this game's going to be over before we get another item, so it's not like the worst thing in the world. I had to sell that.
Living the dream.
You think normal Empire is OP in Total War? I don't know. I don't think... maybe a multiplayer. We need to wait on Singe to be here. Damn, that was almost pretty slick. If she didn't have her flash up, like me hitting that Baron and then Wing back over the wall, it would have probably beaten her low enough to where Singe could have killed her. But yeah, if Three Kingdoms had things like Wukong, or I don't know all the mythology, I think it'd be really cool to learn all that stuff. I would love that, dude. Medusas, Minotaurs, like, I don't know all the other myths and stuff, but
you can wear it like
that would be really cool. Let's have some just some tactical diversity, some flying units, maybe some magic, you know, some large beasts. I mean, yeah, you might get some outcry from historical people, but I really think I like historical periods. I want that type of stuff in there, but I just don't think that from a business model perspective, it's going to be able to stand up. They're just going to win. We just chased them because it was basically over. They're going to end the game. That was just kind of for funsies. Yeah, the Wizardmen did get a hell of a lot of stuff. Well, I mean, you got to think, like, any stuff they have, DLC they're going to do, has to be tied with Warhammer 2. Like, they can bring in stuff for Warhammer 1, and I like how they're doing that. By the way, there are some people that would say, I don't think you should be given DLC for, like, an old game like that at the time. But I like how they're blending it, how they have some of the new game, and then also some of the old game. And so it's like, okay, High Elves already have a ton, like, Skaven have a ton, Dark Elves have quite a few, you know, Legendary Lords or whatever. I guess, like, who's kind of got the short end of the stick, really? I guess Tomb Kings haven't really seen a lot of stuff. Vampire Coast is pretty new. Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, you don't even need, like, I guess you could bring in the Roman gods and stuff like that as legendary figures. I don't know if they necessarily have to do all that, but just, like, having some of the, like, units that were favored. Or maybe you could, like, once you get so much, like, currency, you could summon them temporarily in a fight. Or, you know, something like that, maybe. Like a Green Knight from Total War Warhammer. Or something like that. But just, like, working towards a style of play that is reflective of, like, those gods. You know, like, you know, someone who is, like, you could devote yourself to Athena and, like, get more research or all this other stuff. You could devote yourself to... but then they could bring in magical elements, too. Like, if you devote yourself to Hades, maybe you'd have, like, some raised dead or something. Or, I don't know. Just something spicy like that. And just being able to bring out, like, certain kinds of units that are themed around those types of gods, I think would be really cool. Oh, hell yeah, they're doing Warhammer 3. Yeah, there's already a lot of... sort of speculation about that. 100% they're doing Warhammer 3. I wouldn't be surprised if they do more Warhammer after that. Show us my champion mastery scores. I don't even know where that is. My 3 most played are Janna at 870, Rakan at 774, and Zyra at 600. I think my Tahm Kench is like 400 something. But they need something. They need something other than a bunch of white guys running around with swords, hacking at each other. I don't know. It just feels like, I guess Attila did have elephants and stuff. I never really, like, got far enough playing Western Roman Empire to where I was fighting the Sassanids. Like, the elephant cab was kind of cool, but they might do 40k. I wouldn't be surprised if they try. Yeah, they're definitely doing Warhammer 3. I mean, I talk about this in my Warhammer campaigns. Like, they already have it sort of, like, blocked out, the region where it's going to be. And you can see if you scroll on the Mortal Empires map to the very far right, upper right, you'll notice there's, like, all these trees beyond those mountains. And that's where it's going to be. And that's, like, the Darklands, I think. Pay respects for Tom Kench, if I were to guess the 4 factions I think they're going to include, obviously Chaos. It's going to be like the end times, and like where Chaos is like kicking into high gear, I think is the theme. So there's going to be Chaos proper, there's going to be Chaos Dwarves, probably Ogre Kingdoms, and then some kind of humanoid faction. There's one called Cathay, which is like an East Asian themed faction that wasn't like super fleshed out in tabletop, I don't think. But they could do that as like the 4 starting races, or they could do like Kislev or something. So many search bars. I was gonna click on. I was like, do I click on this one or what? Yeah, that would be my guess. The thing is, like, 3 of those are kind of evil factions. I don't know. Ogres might be. They might kind of try to say they're good. But usually there's, like, they like to have a balance of kind of good guys and bad guys. Even though it's complicated. So, like, in Warhammer 2, you know, you had the Wizardmen and High Elves were kind of the good guys. And then you had, like, the Skaven and the Dark Elves are bad guys. In original, like, Warhammer, when it released, you had dwarves and humans as kind of the good guys, and then vampire counts and greenskins as bad guys. Okay. Araby might be in there. They do have the Araby in the desert. It just feels like that should have been in Warhammer 2, but maybe there's a desert in Warhammer 3, and then Araby proper right now would be a place they would start at, like where a legendary lord could potentially start. Twitch could just do like, let's do Janna again.
The Tempest is at your command.
Could have also done like Nami, but yeah, Araby could be another one. I mean, they're gonna have to start getting creative because they've done all of the major like factions, but I think they did a really good job with Vampire Coast. That was something that didn't have a really good like tabletop sort of guide, and I think this new one with Marcus Wolfheart, it's like Empire, but it feels very different from other Empire, so. And that sort of fit the theme of kind of this imperialist, expansionist sort of thing. Sort of almost pirate-esque, like almost like the Southern Kingdoms. Like they didn't have the full-on Southern Kingdoms, but it felt kind of like that. So I thought that was really cool. So maybe they could start doing like with some DLCs and stuff, like sticking with the same factions they have, but making them like different renegade type of lords that play very differently from other types. Yeah, they could make ogres like on the good side or neutral. Yeah. I mean, I'm oversimplifying. Like, you know, the Wizardmen, it depends on your perspective too. Like, Wizardmen aren't necessarily all good, you know. Neither are the High Elves. Neither are like humans or dwarves. Like, they're, you know, there are nuances to that. But yeah, they could make Ogre Kingdoms one of kind of the neutral groups.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
They said they are not doing any more like completely new factions for Warhammer 2. So
30 seconds until minions spawn.
They are doing maybe one more DLC or so. I would expect Warhammer 3 to probably drop in spring or summer of 2020. I'm kind of surprised they haven't at least done a teaser or something for it, but I think when are they releasing
Minions
it's a
have
saga
spawned.
though, right? The whatever is supposed to be a saga is what they're calling it. I think the Total War Odyssey or whatever it's called, Total War Troy. So that means it's like gonna cost less and be sort of lower production value.
Swiftly.
I'm gonna go ahead and just put a ward there just so I don't get trolled. Wait, it's Mordekaiser jungle. Does that work? I should have probably scouted this. So I think they could release that with a full-on Total War Warhammer 3. I wouldn't expect they would do like their next like major Total War release at the same time they would do a fantasy release, but I could see them doing a saga around the same time as when was, because Thrones came out, didn't that come out around Warhammer 2? Maybe it was after. I don't know. I mean, Warhammer's by far their best-selling Total War of all time also, so I'm sure they are definitely eager to get more out.
As you wish.
You're looking a little green.
I really like how it was kind of story-driven too, with the Wolfheart. Like there are all these like little missions and like extra stuff you could do. I thought that was really cool, especially for like $10, like crazy value. And that's not even including the Lizardman, dude. I've heard his is not quite as good. I didn't do him because I'd already done Mazda Mundi. Oh, okay. I go like, it depends on how the lane's going. I would never fully max W, though. You do, like, maybe up to 3 points in the laning phase. And then, switch over to shield. Say, Prof, is it odd for both my ADC and enemy ADC to try and friend me? I mean, I don't know. It depends on how well you did. I never played Stronghold Crusader now. Yeah, I don't know all the mastery scores. What people want to know about that. Got, what, 41,000 on Brand, level 7 Brand. Fiddlesticks got 133. Janna I have 870. 97 on Leona. 297 on Lulu. 467 on Nami. 270 on Nautilus. 774 on Rakan. 241 on Sona. 127 on Soraka. 340 on Kench. 159 on Thresh. So yeah, I'm not sure. Then Zyra 606. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a release date, but they are like 100% going to do it for sure. Warhammer 3 is in pre-production. Now this was before Three Kingdoms even got released. They've released some kind of teases for Chaos, I think, a couple of times. I think Chaos is probably going to be one faction with different lords. They're supposed to have like greater demons. A lot of people have complained that Chaos was like not as cool as it could have been in the first one.
Your worst decisions will haunt you.
Standalone title, main campaign. So they are going to have like a Mortal Empires type of thing where you can have all 3 games played together. Chaos Daemons, Chaos Dwarfs, and Ogre Kingdoms. So those are basically a lock, those 3. Yeah, basically it's everything I said. I guess there's not much more on the timeline there.
I decide what the tide will bring.
He wanted me to play Nami too, so that's fine. Nami's like alright into Zyra. I feel like it's a good matchup, but I think historically I have not done that well in that matchup. I'd have to look and see. I mean, Zyra is pretty tough to beat a lot of times. Okay, thanks Krusty. Thanks for coming out, buddy. Appreciate it. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe, guys, if you enjoy the content. It does help out. Paper Jake. These guys don't play very often. What are we at? Are we in promos right now? I forgot to even look. I don't think we are. What are we at? 68. Is that right? I think we're over 68. Didn't we start at like 60 something? We were at 85 before we won that last one, I think. I think this is a promo. I don't know if I can even dodge. Okay. I guess we'll play it. It was 87? Okay. I guess we lost one at 85, then we won another one. Is that how it happened? Okay, thanks guys. So I could have dodged it, but... Okay, we did. So, what have we done? 2 and 1. I could have sworn we were 85. I don't know. Maybe we were 85 after the first win, and then we lost one, and then we won the next one. Okay, so yeah, I guess we started at like 65 or something, 66. Won one, went to 85, lost one, dropped down, then won another one, and now we're 87. So we probably went from 68 and then 119 and went to 87. That's probably what happened. Wow, the past 7 days I've actually had a negative win rate with Rakan. We'll see. So yeah, on Janna, I would start switching over to shield after level 6 for sure, and then maybe up to 3 points in W beforehand. Because your shield, like, it lowers the cooldown on it and it increases the strength, and that's kind of like your signature thing. And it's just really dangerous to walk up.
Summoner's Rift.
Isn't there a Nami skin coming out on this? Who was it that has a skin coming out on this next patch? Or was it this patch?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I know Morg does. It's like Morg, Riven. I thought there was another support.
My quest beckons.
Minions have spawned.
If she doesn't show up, we better get to remake.
I still hear the song of the sea.
It was a Nami skin, okay. And I'm getting it. Because the last people got to, they got to remake. She'll probably come back in at like 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It feels like that's happening a lot on this patch, where people like are not getting in.
People are counting on me.
I must have pressed the wrong button. I thought I was trying to Q her, but I guess I W'd instead.
Sure as the tides.
I think if someone has not walked out of the pool, regardless of whether they've locked in or what, or they logged in and logged back out or whatever, if they have not walked out of the pool, then you should be able to remake at 3 minutes. I think that's fair. That happened to me unfairly a few days ago, but realistically, like, you're so far behind at that point. You know, it's just not fair to everybody else, so. A fish with Ignite. Okay, so we are at 87. She didn't get lever busted? What? I don't know. It was probably just a bug, though. It's my phone. I need to plug my phone in here. I need to call up my grandma, too. What's the date on it? Oh, that was from weeks ago. With Jinx? Rengar? Okay, I'll try out Janna.
The Tempest is at your command.
I swear, if that 2 raw top lane. We got all AD. I mean, like, you can do Lulu, it's just like you don't have as much peel. Jarvan and Nautilus are going to be difficult to kill with all AD. I mean, we might have enough power to do it, but... I mean, is this guy actually good on Rengar? I don't know. He says he's, like, really high, so I trust him. Well, there have been other... some content creators have been hyping him up. I mean... I do see Top Riven do alright a lot of the time. Wait, okay, it's Nautilus bottom. I guess that's fine. I mean, I was thinking about taking Exhaust, but... Everyone has really high win rates on the champs they're playing. Whatever. Just gonna have to get some armor pen. I mean, everybody on their team's gonna get Ninja Tabby. For sure. And then the... Jarvan and the Nautilus are going to be difficult to kill. Yeah, top. I don't know. I mean, he gets the first jump on people out of the bush, and he has quite a bit of burst if you're good on him. I'm not a Rengar expert. I don't know for sure. I can just tell you that most of the time when I see, like, Rengar one-tricks playing in the top lane, they usually do okay. But I would just be speculating as to why. I mean, I don't know. I've definitely seen some of them fail too, so I don't know. Taking Exhaust is a little weird.
With
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, that's what I heard too, is the next SFO was going to be Beastman. I haven't had anyone donate for that yet though, so I don't know. I wouldn't mind trying the Beastman out if it is something that's really cool. I need the 2 that are still commissioned that I need to do are Dwarf and Wood Elf. They were gonna...
Minions have spawned.
Did they use heal? She used flash. I don't think she used heal. Damn, we wasted a lot of stuff. Well, maybe Hecarim will come down. It's gonna be real scary if we get level 2'd by Jarvan, though. Yeah, they were gonna do Beastmen and then Wood Elves also, and I was kind of hoping, like, waiting on them to do that Wood Elf rework, but, and now it says they're just gonna do Beastmen. Because, the main guy, Venrus, says that he needs, like, more help. More, like, coding help and stuff like that, so... Hopefully he gets it. I mean, I know his wife, they just had a kid or something, I think, last year, and that's really expensive, so he, probably needs more money. I don't think his wife works, from what I've gathered, reading some of their posts. I don't think they need to nerf Chaos Auto-Resolve, because, I don't know, when I'm playing Chaos with that campaign, it felt like I was having to fight a lot of fights I should not have to fight. I think the Auto-Resolve is a little too restricted late game. I mean, it's not a big deal, like, you can just do the fight, and then basically just right-click and run in. I don't know, Auto-Resolve's really hard to get right. I would almost rather it be a little too lenient, and then just, for me at least personally, and then I can just be ethical about it and not auto-resolve it if I think it's going to be tougher than it's saying. But more and more, I feel like I have to fight these fights, especially sieges, that I know I'm going to win. I'm going to crush them. Sieges are actually quite annoying if you can't auto-resolve those, because that takes a lot more time. It's like, particularly in the Skaven campaign, where it's like Skaven are super good on sieges, but it's very, very methodical. Shit, I don't have... Where, you have, like, artillery type of sieges where you really have to use a lot of your artillery effectively to win the siege. Those types of fights are, like, really annoying. If you know you're gonna crush it, but you still have to fight it, you can't auto-resolve it. It's, it'll take, like, 15 minutes to do one of those sieges. If it's like, if they make you siege and it's someone that, like, just has really strong infantry and you can just run them over, like, that's a little bit better. If you have, like, a huge death stack of, like, Chaos, for example, you can just kind of right-click and then crank it up to triple speed and you're probably gonna win.
With ease.
So yeah, we had to pay the price for, trying early on to get that kill with the Flash W. Yeah, you just gotta be ethical at the end of the day with auto-resolve, I feel like. It's just kind of on the players to regulate themselves. And just say, you know what, if it's giving me an auto-resolve that's too easy, I'm not gonna do it. So they're trying to self-regulate that at, like, especially higher difficulty levels where they just won't give you, they'll just make the auto-resolve, like, force you to fight all the fights. Basically say you can't use auto-resolve. But it does slow down the campaign quite a bit if it's not going to be a competitive fight. You can't get a lot of death stacks with, most factions using SFO because they limit, like, your access to a lot of the elite units until, like, super, super late in the game. The main difference I've noticed playing the Wolfheart campaign, like, not on, or not with SFO, is the garrisons are way, way weaker, and I actually like that. I'm dead, aren't I? Yeah. Getting CC'd. Real hard.
In harmony.
I gotta stop dying as much as Janna in these games. No, I don't play 40k or anything. I haven't really played tabletop hardly ever.
As you wish.
Well, they should hate Janna. I mean, Janna's scary as hell. Like, they need to try to keep me down, because if they don't kill me, if they don't slow us down, like, Janna plus Jinx late game is such a menace. You never want to put your ward there, because then it won't see if there's a ward over here. You always want to put your ward directly in front of the dragon. Yeah, they'll see it from the river if they walk through there, but that's going to give you the best coverage. And you actually want to see them also if they walk by. I mean, Hecarim was too low, dude. Like, I appreciate the help, but there's no way Hecarim could have turned back around in that. We should have just run. Oh, okay. No, I haven't played the game version of it either.
With ease.
Yeah. I think just Ardent. Ardent's just such a good combination with Janna. Her shield. I don't know a lot about 40k. I'd be up for it. It'd be fun. I think in general fantasy's always been way more popular, but a lot of the Warhammer Fantasy brand is like really, really successful. I think Vermintide is very successful too. It's just kind of like a Diablo-esque type of thing. I never really played it a lot. Obviously, it's not a game that you're going to see streamed a lot, but I think that definitely Creative Assembly is really cashing in on this Warhammer intellectual property in a way that they haven't done in a really long time, if ever. So.
As you wish.
Huh. Hyos. You have a problem with Hyos? I mean, I guess they do have some macro and stuff like that. I feel like High Elves are probably, like, High Elves and Dwarves are probably one of the easier types of factions to manage. They get a lot of money through trade, they have a lot of friends, they have some of the most powerful endgame units in the Dragons, and they're, like, Sword Masters. They have really good hybrid units, like their archers, especially the Lothar and Seaguard, are really good because they're kind of resistant to cavalry. I don't know, I'd have to see. I mean, if you're just, maybe you're trying to get some of the units that aren't so great, like the Silver Helms are like, not like that great early on, but I feel like the High Elves are pretty dang, strong.
As you wish.
Okay. Jarvan's just sitting there. Yeah, we're probably gonna get Dove here though. Alright. Okay, bro. That was really dumb. Like, you can't dive Janna like that, man. Jinx could have just stood there and autoed, too. But I mean, it was kind of a face check, but at the same time, it's like, that's really random that he would be standing on the other side of that wall. But yeah, I mean, High Elf, their mid-tier is, I mean, I could see how you could have a problem. Like, their mid-tier is not that great. Their early and mid is not like super powerhouse. But like their late game, once you start getting the sword masters and their dragons, like very, very good. But like their Sea Guard are pretty solid, but yeah, I guess you do have to micro them a decent chunk. Oh, there's 5 people. Literal 5. I mean, I guess they have nowhere else to be. Top's down. Oh no.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Swiftly.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Well, they've changed. Janna's actually the most changed champion of all time. Well, maybe that's Rise. But, like, I read something somewhere that she has had the most, like, flat-out nerfs of any champion. She's certainly one of the most changed. But yeah, her core identity has been the same. They've just sort of changed the numbers on her. But yeah, her abilities have basically been the same in Season 3. Great. She's great design. I mean, she's pretty fair, like, very defensive peeler enchanter. I mean, she is like the quintessential enchanter. Deceptively ultra powerful. Like, a lot of people just don't understand why she's so good, because everything that she does is like undercover. It's like a bunch of shields, you know, like movement speed. Things that are difficult to quantify. She ran over there. Whatever, just let her go. Who cares? Okay. Yeah, depends on what all you're going up against. Try to play politics and play nice with most of the other high elves. Usually have to fight 1 or 2 of them. But yeah, if you put your archers in like 2 different subgroups, sometimes that helps with the focus fire. Just make sure you're not putting your cavalry into like archers or anything like that. Oof. Go, Jinx! What the? I guess she's scared of Nautilus. Jinx is so scared. Alright. Janna OP gameplay. Well, I'm dying way too much on Janna right now. I gotta recalibrate.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Breathlessly. Upon the wing. With ease.
Bro. Getting close enough where I can actually, like, get some experience.
Swiftly.
Well, she's dead, right?
As you wish.
Janna is really fast, so she's pretty good at like getting around situations.
Enemy killing spree.
Push one more.
Upon the wind.
Word? Yeah, we'll just go with Athene's. It's just more reliable than Redemption.
As you wish.
Fail?
In harmony.
Is Anivia slower than Yumi? Probably. I mean, the slowest base movement speed you can have in the game is 325. Janna technically has, like, 315, I think. But with her passive, it's higher. But yeah, the slowest movement speed that a normal champion has, unless they have some kind of bonuses or whatever, is 325. So there are several champions that are that slow. Many 80 carries are that slow. Janna hands out a hell of a lot of damage too, and that's something that a lot of people don't know about Janna unless you played her, is like, that shield's giving 60 AD to somebody when I do that. So like, even if it's not on your AD carry, if you have like an AD assassin or something, it just blasts them. I mean, 60 AD is like 35 a pop, that's like 1,000 something gold. Not including the actual shield itself, just in bonus damage that you're giving somebody. It's like you're giving them a BF sword and a half. Because the BF sword's 40.
As you wish.
Not including like the ardent sensor buffs that you're getting, which is another like over 1,000 per person. So she's just like a huge like she's like the worst offender of all time of invisible power, which is what they've tried to go away from with modern champs. It's like champions are strong because they look strong, because they're making big plays, whereas Janna is strong because her stats are really high and she stops plays. Like, look how fast you melt that tower with Janna, though. Oh, mini Kled. Okay. When he's dismounted, yeah. That makes sense. I don't know if there was Clash or not. I don't think so. Yay, promos! I love promos, man. It's such a unique and fun experience. Okay, I'll be back in 1 second. I'm gonna refill my drink, and we'll get back at it. Grab a couple of these cups here. Alright, and we're back. Elves are pretty fun. I kind of want to play like a Dark Elf campaign. But gotta do what the people are financing. Now, I haven't done Dwarfs in a while. Dwarfs are pretty fun. Dwarfs are the most popular faction by far. So maybe I should just go ahead and do a Dwarf SFO campaign. Wood Elves are pretty hard because Orion is bad. So the Wood Elf campaign is actually kind of hard. Durthu is really good though. But I kind of want to wait on the SFO mod to come out. But I could just do the Dwarf campaign without SFO, I guess. There are a bunch of new like brackets, but I don't think the dwarves can inhabit the upper lands. It's yellow, right? I'll have to see.
Will haunt you.
Yes, I have a couple. I think I have 2 different Durthu campaigns on the channel. Huh. I could do Janna again. I mean, Zyra is very good into Thresh. But Janna is very good with Kayn because I can give him extra AD. He has good ratios. Let's do Janna again.
The Tempest is at
Yeah,
your
and I am going to do a
command.
new Wood Elf campaign soon with Orion. Because I forgot who the donor is, but he specifically wanted to see Orion. SFO makes it particularly challenging because of the garrisons are the biggest thing. Like, SFO garrisons are insane. Like, they're so much stronger than the normal game garrisons. Like, even just like a little tier 1 elf town, or like a greenskins town that you have to fight early. It might be tier 2, but it'll have like 12 units in the garrison without even having the garrison building. It's crazy. You can do it with Orion. It's not like he's unplayable. It's just harder than Durthu because you don't have a good front line as elves. All of your units, especially in SFO. Now in the base game it might be a little different, but in SFO it's extremely pronounced that you have way less HP and way less armor than most of the other infantry out there. So like your spears, so like the elves have really high melee attack and defense. They're very skilled, but they don't have a lot of HP and they don't have a lot of armor. So like the way that you can try to get around this, that you should do, is you have to get the tree units early. The forgot what they're called, treekin early, because they have a lot of armor and a lot of HP, and the elves have great archers. So if you can get those treekin early, then that gives you the front line that you need. Other than that, like, having Durthu himself is really nice early on because he is a huge tree with a lot of armor and a lot of HP, so that allows him to face tank. He's one of the best lords in the game. Because not only is he, like, really resilient himself, he has some really nice buffs for everybody, and he's also a wizard. So, and he has beast magic early. He might have beast and life magic, I can't remember. But he definitely has beast magic, and getting Flock of Doom is really, really good against lightly armored infantry, which is what you're going to face if you try to go for Bretonnia, which I think is the best place to usually go early. And it doesn't cost you Amber to get the Treekin. Now, yes, it will cost you Amber to get the Way Watchers later, those elite elf archers, but that doesn't come online for a while. And, like, the normal archers are fine for a long time. Like, they're really powerful. So that allows you to put most of your money in Treekin and other things. So, I mean, most of the elf, like, armies basically come down to you have Treekin as your front line, back line of archers, pretty strong magic, and then late game you can get, like, some dragons. And that's pretty much what Wood Elves are. The little lightly armored infantry stuff is not really that good, I don't think. Most of the time, the glaive guys, the berserker girls, all that stuff's not that great, I don't think. I've tried it, at least on SFO, it's not that good.
In harmony.
Their Wild Riders are pretty good. Wild Rider Cav's pretty good. Yes, Treekin do cost Amber with Orion. So, like, the big one, if you pick Orion, then the Treekin cost Amber early. And the Dragons will cost Amber really late, which can be a problem. But the Way Watchers are free. and you do need the Way Watchers. Those are like some of the best archers in the game. So those do not cost amber.
Upon the wind.
Damn it. Those do not cost amber. So it just kind of depends. Do you want Way Watchers or do you want dragons and treekin? So I think the biggest thing is that you actually have someone who can tank with Durthu early who also has Flock of Doom. That's the biggest issue. What I actually ended up doing with the campaign I was practicing is I had to just, like, on turn 1, hire one of those tree dudes. I'm going to have to flash this, probably. I had to hire one of those tree dudes just so that I had, like, someone who was tanky early on. So I just had to run 2 lords and just pay the price for that. The Weight Watchers, yeah.
With ease.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really want to engage probably here. You know, we just gonna be looking to spread them out, hopefully, and get either Vlad in a side lane or Kane.
Swiftly.
Let's try to skirmish them and have Anivia line up. Misclick. Anivia just like wave clear middle while we split side lanes with Vlad and Kane. Just kind of outmaneuver them. Sure what? Oh, he's just gonna come like troll or what? He's just inting? Is that what it is? Okay.
With ease. Breathlessly.
I thought he already used his flash. I guess Thresh used his flash.
An ally has been slain.
I don't know. Maybe he wanted to push bottom, like force us to push bottom so that he could like contest that scuttle. No, he's just inting. Okay. So he's just mad because we died early or something. Okay. Alright, well I guess we just report him and move on. I don't think Swain support's that good, honestly. I've tried it a couple of times. I'm not really that impressed. Like, it's okay, I guess, but... Any chance you would try Sona Dark Harvest? No, Dark Harvest's bad. I think Sona can be good right now, in theory. I guess we'll... I mean, he's clearly just trying to end. And he's got his Moby Boots rush so he can end faster. Wow. It's fine. We just report and move on. FF15. See you, Space Bazooka. Thanks for coming out, buddy. I mean, you could win with Dark Harvest, Sona, but I think in general you don't really want to. Like, Ares just too strong. You don't want to give that up. Okay, so he's already kind of into bot lane enough. He's like, okay, that lane's pretty much done. Let me just go mid lane real quick and see if we can hit that. It's not really a curse, it's just some idiot who wants to get banned, pretty much. It's like, why even waste your time, you know? Like, if you're just gonna be like that, like, just go do something else with your life. I mean, go play another game, go to sleep. Like, you're trying to ruin a day of some anonymous strangers.
Swiftly.
Like, what's the point? And what's up, Leo? I mean, game's maybe still winnable. It's possible. I mean, we do, like, Vlad is very strong late game. In theory, Kayn can be strong. Maybe this kid's just, like, throwing a little fit and he's gonna, like, grab himself a juice box here in a minute. Damn it. I grabbed the wrong drink. Grabbed my water, and I wasn't expecting it to be that full. I thought it was my my coffee drink.
As you wish.
We did get a shutdown on Ezreal, though, so that's good. I don't know. I mean, maybe someone was talking trash to him. Maybe the Jinn told him, like, hope your mother dies or something. I mean, who knows? Maybe, because I have chat disabled, so I don't know. Maybe it was something like that. I'm not really sure. It doesn't matter. Hey, what's up, T-Asketh? Well, it's been going pretty well other than this game. This game, we've got a Jinn that's literally running it down the lanes. The thing is, it's like kind of inconsistent. I mean, maybe he's just really bad. I don't know. Maybe there was some kind of like content creator that said it was like really good to just run it down the lanes. It seems like it's hinting, but then like sometimes it seems like he's actually trying to make plays. Like he's not actually literally just running straight into their towers. Okay, well, he's buying AP. He must be, maybe he's mad at me or something, I don't know. Because he's buying Ardent Sensor, so. Like, I think we could still win. Yeah, he's definitely ending. Like, I think we could still win in theory if he just tried, even with, like, being really far behind, but. Yeah. I know, we could have beaten this lane. I mean, we did give up a couple of kills early to him, so, like, I could see Kayn being a little, like, disgruntled by that, but, like, the game was still totally winnable. Like, Riven's going double Vamp Scepter top. Like, their Riven's trolling too.
An ally has been slain.
In harmony.
I mean, it was going to be tough to win anyway, so I guess I can just tell myself that. Like, we were probably going to lose this anyways, because, like, our team comp's not that good, and this Vlad's down, like, 50 CS, and he's... Well, it's hard to say, because Kane did give up a lot of these kills. Kind of feel sorry for him, man. He's probably got a pretty crappy life. Probably some sad little incel. Making fun of snowflakes when he himself is the biggest snowflake of all. Probably thinks life's not fair. Hottest girl in school won't talk to him. He got a C on his chemistry test that he didn't practice.
Swiftly.
Probably trying to mac on some girl.
As you wish.
Some old nerd girl in his band class. But he's kind of a D-bag. He was trying to neg her or something, and then some, you know, nice guy came up and started dating her instead. He's like, I saw in some player handbook that if I try to treat this girl like trash, then maybe she'll pay attention to me. So he's like ghosting her and calling her fat, and then some dude comes up and is like, hey, you're kind of cute, can I take you out to dinner? She's like, sure. And he's like, oh man, I can never get a girl, I don't understand. Yeah. Sure, it works. I mean, you're not going to get every girl just coming up asking out to dinner, but like, I think sometimes the simplest stuff is... I mean, that's what I did with my wife eventually. Like, I was just teaching dance at this dance class, or at this dance association thing. I was a swing dance instructor, and I just danced with her a couple times in class, and then we just kind of chatted and talked. We just kind of informally went out to a bar, had a couple of beers. I was like, hey, you want to go shoot some pool? Bar, and she's like, okay. Went out, shot some pool, kind of informally chatted it up. Then asked her what she was doing the next weekend. She said she was going out of town to go do something or other. I said, hey, you want to go check out the symphony? And then she's like, oh, I'm going out of town to do this other thing. I said, oh, okay, cool. And then next week I asked her if she wanted to go out to dinner. She's like, well, I just got out of this relationship. I'm trying to go, like, or, you know, I'm not really looking to get into another relationship right now. And I said, all right, that's fine. Can I still take you out to dinner or whatever? And she was just like, okay, sure. So we went out, chatted, talked, hung out, and then she changed her mind and started dating me. Oh, being disrespectful to ladies? I mean, sort of. I think a lot of people get the wrong idea about that type of thing. So let me go ahead and report him real quick. So I think a big thing, and once again, this isn't the same for, you know, all women and everybody are very different. I used to think that too, because I was like, you know, nice guys, and you know, I was usually like dating somebody or had something on, you know, my radar or whatever. But you know, sometimes I just get frustrated. I'd be like, man, why are some girls like, why does it always seem like they go after, or like these douchebags end up with these awesome girls all the time? And I think a lot of what it comes down to is just confidence. Like, that's what will get you dates most of the time, is if you're confident, you're not scared of them, you know, and you just come up and you're just like, hey, you know, it was really nice to meet you. Why don't you let me take you out to dinner tonight? Or like some night soon, or whatever. And, you know, if they say no, they say no. But you just got to have the confidence to just go up and ask. I mean, I got rejected from stuff too. Everybody does. And that's fine. It's not a big deal. Like, who cares? So, I think that's the thing, is a lot of douchebags, because they're very experienced in dating, and they're very experienced with, you know, rejection a lot of the times and stuff like that, is that they have that confidence. They're not scared. They just happen to also be kind of, you know, negative sometimes and douchebags, but they are confident. Versus like when you hear a lot of guys that are described as like nice guys, they're nice, but sometimes they're not confident. You know, if they don't have as much dating experience, or they're just very emotional or get caught up or whatever in that type of stuff, you know, that can be weird. You know, like girls, they want someone a lot of times who's confident. They don't want the D-bag, but if it's like someone who's a jerk that's confident, versus someone who's like really nice but kind of like mousy and you know, just looks like they're scared of them, and sometimes that can be a turnoff for a lot of girls. So that's not always in everybody, but I think that's the biggest thing. It's just like, it's not that the dude is a jerk why he ends up with the girl, it's because he happens to be confident and he's a jerk. But if you can find a really confident, nice guy, that's kind of the best of all worlds, but that's rare, I think, for a lot of just a lot of girls to find that. So I think that's just kind of like, you know, there's kind of like a fine line between confidence and arrogance too. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Is you got to be confident. You just got to remember, like, if someone rejects you, like, just don't take it personally most of the time. It's just like, maybe you're just not their type. I tried to go after a lot of girls when in hindsight, I'm like, there is absolutely no way that would ever work. Like, just because, like, I had especially one friend who is, like, just a real socialite. He was super rich, super good-looking dude, and he always had these really, like, hot, like, girlfriends all the time that were super cool. And they, of course, had friends and things like that. And so I was like, okay, maybe I can, like, get a date with some of the friends or whatever. I was like, there's no way that would ever work. I was a really poor guy, and I was nowhere near as good-looking as he was. And all of these girls, you know, come from, like, millionaire families and things. I was like, there's no way. But I mean, part of it, like, you gotta have a little bit of game too. I'm not saying you gotta be mean, but one thing that definitely worked with attracting my wife, and she admitted this later, I told her this story, it was pretty funny, and it's not being mean, it's just like, just showing people that they care, which sounds kind of weird, but it's like, basically, the same guy I was talking about had a hot girlfriend at the time, and she was pretty cool, And at the dance, I was like, hey, come over here and dance with me for a little bit. I told a girlfriend. He's like, and she's like, why? What's going on? And I was like, I'm trying to, you know, get this girl over here to ask a date who would eventually be my wife. And she's like, oh, okay. And then I was dancing with this really cute girl there at the dance, and I could just see my wife looking over. She's just like, you know, from the other corner or whatever. You know, at one point. And then there was this other girl who was there who was also really cute. And I danced with her, and I see my wife like looking over again. And then she came over, my wife came over after that, after like the second person that I was dancing with there, and she's like, you want to dance? And I'm like, aha, got her. So it wasn't like being mean and malicious, but it was just like kind of subconsciously sort of letting her know, hey man, there's a lot of cute girls around here that I can dance with, so if you want in on this, you better dance with me, that type of thing. So it wasn't mean, it wasn't being negative or whatever, it was just showing her, hey, you know, if you're not interested, the option's not going to be around for that long. Okay, I'm gonna go with Rakan this time because we need to engage on that Jinx.
Let's dance.
That's not really making people. It's sort of making them jealous, but not like in a super negative way. It's just showing them like, hey, you don't have all day to figure out whether you want to like dance with me or try to get a date with me. There are other options. Because you don't want to seem desperate. I think that's one thing that like a lot of people mess up on is they'll be like really squirrely and like not confident, and they'll be like really desperate. They'll think, oh, I have to have a date with this girl, whereas that might come off as a little overwhelming or too much pressure and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's not all about like being mean or making people jealous. It's just letting them know you got options, and that, you know, they're gonna have to make a choice. Works with girls too. Girls doing that with guys. If you're trying to date some, you know, hot guy and he's trying to play games with you or mac around, just say, hey, look, man, I've got other dudes in my phone too. Like, you don't have to, you know, be mean about it, but just be like, hey, you were ghosting me for 3 days, so I went out on a date with Tom. If you want to go on a date with me, quit playing games, like quit ghosting me, and let's go on a date. I mean, like I said, this is not like, there will always be people that have exceptions. I mean, there are billions of people in the world, you know, some people that, you know, like unconfident guys and things like that, can definitely be a thing. Desperate is such a wonderful personality trait. I guess it could be. I mean, there are plenty of relationships I see where, you know, the girl is clearly the one that wears the pants in the relationships, very bossy, very type A, and, you know, they want a really submissive guy that's not going to stand up to them and is going to do whatever they want. I mean, there are definitely, you know, people out there that are into that. I think having two alphas in the same relationship is very difficult to manage. So, you know, if you're like a super alpha girl, maybe you need to be trying to date a dude that's a little more beta or gamma or zeta or something like that.
We refuse.
But yeah, it's all complicated, but
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I think confidence is a big thing. Guys, I mean, depending on how you manage it, I think that confidence is, you know, from a lot of my past girlfriends, very sexy too, you know, girl that, you know, knows what she wants and is confident coming up and, you know, talking to you.
I need my love to hurt.
I think that's really good. I mean, I think sometimes girls, and some dudes aren't into that. Some girls, you know, some dudes will want like the, you know, the kind of classic Southern Belle type of thing. It's just like really demure and playing hard to get and stuff like that. And sometimes that's cool and everything. But I know plenty of dudes that don't mind some girls with some confidence too.
Woo! I am so into this. What is this?
But yeah, kind of having a double alpha can be a problem too. There was one girl that I dated for a while, and she was, you know, very confident, very fun, and I liked that, and that was great for a while. But then after a little while, it was just like, we were both, you know, both a little too sort of alpha for each other, I think. And that was fine. It's fine when it worked out, but best relationship, no relationship. Hey, I mean, for some people, maybe it is. Incel 1, 2, 3. A lot of times people that actually are pretty nice or like really kind or whatever, they do have confidence usually. One way or another. It depends. Like nice and like, I don't know, nice is such a broad word. But when people are really confident, you don't really need, you shouldn't really feel the need to be negative or to put other people down like on a consistent basis, because like you just don't get jealous of stuff because you're confident in yourself and your own abilities and like who you are as a person and things like that. So you don't need negativity. Negativity is usually just trying to compensate for a lack of confidence. Not always. I mean, that's obviously an oversimplification, but
Look right. Time to show it.
but I think negativity often belies insecurity. But there's a lot of stuff. It depends on the kind of relationships that people have. It's really important. There's a lot of structural stuff that's pretty important. Money management is actually super important, and people don't think about that until they get married. But if y'all have very different conceptions of money and what you should be doing with money and how you want to live your life and your lifestyle, I think that's the number one reason people get divorced is over money. You would think it would be like infidelity or, you know, something like that, but I believe it's actually by a large margin it's money. You got one person who's like a super saver, another person's a super spender, that's often trouble. And you don't think about that as much when you're just like dating somebody, like, but it's one of those little things. Time management's another thing. Like, how much time do you have to spend together? You know, I would never be able to be married to somebody that has to spend a ton of time like every day with me, because I like to do my own thing a lot. I mean, I like spending time with people, but I'm pretty independent also. So it's like, if it's someone who wants to be like super independent and someone who like, you know, wants to spend 24/7 with somebody, then that's gonna be a problem too. But I think those are two things that a lot of people really don't think about unless you've ever been married. Maybe if you've had like a really long-term live-in girlfriend or something. Like I was saying, I never thought about that when I was younger. I was like, okay, yeah, it's just like, you know, cute girl, funny, good personality, but they can be the funniest, cutest person in the world, hottest person in the world, but if they drive you into financial ruin, that's a problem. I mean, the thing is, like, you can always be friends with somebody and have a good laugh with them and have a good, like, personality relationship with that person. And you can always just hook up with someone if that's what you're into. you know, if you want a good sexual relationship. But when it comes to like marriage or whatever, it really is much more like a partnership, right? Like, it can have those other elements to it, but you got to be like a good sort of life partner as well. However, you know, you want to think about that, but you're working as a partnership, you know, if it's going to be a good marriage.
Universe loves me.
I mean, that other stuff's important, but just kind of the nuts and bolts stuff, like, you know, budgets and, like, time commitment, time investment, stuff like that. These are things that are not really, like, you know, that sexy usually, and it's not really something that people think about or talk about before they get married. It's just something people figure out, like, on their own. Like, oh my god, this person's spending a ton of money. Or, oh my god, this person, like, is getting really pissed off that I'm not spending 24/7 with her. And just always remember that people almost never change. Like, huge fundamental things about their characters. Sometimes. But it's very rare. You know, most people, like, some of their most fundamental characteristics, that's just who they are. And that's how it's going to be. I think sometimes people will end up dating or sometimes even marrying someone thinking they can change them. Like, oh, he's got these problems, but, you know, once we get married, I can change him. Or, you know, he'll want to change for these reasons. Or whatever. It's like, they probably won't. Like, fundamental parts of their personality are probably not going to change. So if that's something that you're not on board with, you know, you gotta... But, we're gonna get blown away in this one.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Holy shit, Kaisa. She doesn't have her ult? What the fuck? She didn't level up her ult? Alright.
If it don't get out of control,
An
it
ally
ain't
has been
hard.
slain.
Unbelievable. Hopefully he secures it. No, Wukong's gonna get it. I know, their jungler just showed bottom and he's really far ahead. Their jungler's bottom. He's really far ahead. They just killed our bot lane. We don't have any pressure. We see their jungler rotating up. You know what? Seems like a good time to try to do Dragon as a super weak early game jungler that's very far behind. I guess I should have pinged him off of it. It really is just like Twilight Zone. You play like just normal games of League of Legends, some games, and then other games you play whatever the hell it is we're playing right now in last game. Okay, good movement, boys. Good movement.
I know. How could it not be? Magic is supposed to be scary. Love is supposed to hurt.
It's too fast because they got that Wind Dragon. He did flash. Thoughts on Nami? I think Nami's pretty good right now.
Turret has been destroyed.
I'm not even sure if common, like, you have to have some common interest, but I think actually one thing that's really underestimated also is the that you need to have some stuff that's different where you can claim your own level of expertise. Maybe not for all relationships, but I've noticed this in a lot of my friends' relationships, and it's pretty important, I think, in general, is that you need to, like, not always feel like you're challenging each other. Like, you have your own level, your own zone, your own expertise to help you feel like you're contributing, like, something meaningful. Now, maybe this is just among, like big professionals, like professional relationships. But that's what I've noticed. I've noticed that, like, several of these relationships that I've known, especially between, like, if it's going to be like a double alpha relationship. Man, there's too many people.
An enemy has been slain.
Is like that you have your own sort of zone of expertise. So like double doctor or something like that, I feel can be rough. But if it's like doctor plus engineer or something like that, I feel like that is usually seems to work out a little bit better, because then they're both like really good in different fields. Because one thing that I've noticed, I've had like some double doctor relationships or whatever. They'll just, you know, they'll feel like they have to constantly, like, they're like competing, sort of. Like, no, it's this diagnosis, not this diagnosis, or it's that one or that one, or, you know. I don't know, maybe that's not always true, but I feel like it's pretty nice to just kind of have your own zone, or like double humanities or something, like double teacher or something can be kind of tough. That one's tough because of money, but it's like I always thought, I was like, wouldn't it be really cool to like date a grad student or something? I'm like, maybe, but at the end of the day, we probably butt heads about stuff too.
I got free.
I don't know, the fact that my wife is really good at like organizing stuff. She does like facilities management stuff, and then I do like, you know, writing, critical thinking, you know, that type of stuff. We're both good at very different things, and so we, you know, we can each bring our own unique contributions to the relationship. Yeah, she's dead. I can't really do anything about that. Oh god, I'm about to die too, probably. Holy shit. I don't know, maybe that's not for everybody, but that's what I've noticed. Like some of the divorces that some of my friends have been through, it's because they were both like very alpha, or some of the breakups, they were both very alpha, and they were both in the same industry. A lot of like big professionals are, you know, pretty alpha in their own way. Like they're gonna be high performance, like really high,
Shut down.
They've never seen moves like
high expectations, type A type of people.
An ally has been slain.
Oh my god. Wow, really? I don't stream on Twitch anymore, no. We tried that out. It was a huge fail. So it's just on YouTube. Every night starting around 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Kind of coming back in here. Kali's starting to get some items. Kaisa eventually, you know, come back online. Huh. Yeah, so I don't know if that one's always as steadfast. That's just something that I've noticed, that a lot of the most successful relationships I've seen have been people in different fields, because they have their own sort of sense of identity in a relationship. Medical plus engineer seems to be something that works out a lot. Holy shit. That's probably it. Pink's gonna run everybody down. Wukong's just too fed. I mean, I would hesitate to say that certain types of genetics would influence successful relationships. There might be some predisposition in certain genes towards certain kinds of personalities, but we just don't know enough about that.
I'm just here for the party.
That would start to delve into eugenics or other forms of racism potentially, so I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, even the stuff that I'm saying are just kind of like guidelines that aren't necessarily true for everybody. Yeah, it might, I mean, I had heard something that was like some kind of like your scent or something had something to do with like your what am I looking for? Sort of your biome, like your microbiome, and that people were just sort of subconsciously attracted to other people that have a compatible microbiome, so that the offspring will have a better chance of surviving, or something like that. That basically, like, your immune system would be compatible with the immune system of somebody else. But I haven't looked into that scientific study, and I don't know how valid that is. Because a lot of why people date these days, like, some of it is sort of just the raw attraction factor, but some of it's also cerebral. Like, it just looks like it's a good strategic thing. And even historically with arranged marriages and stuff like that, a lot of that has been strategic too. So it wasn't always like, okay, on this really like primal level type of thing, people who are attracted. Like, a lot of marriages have been very strategic historically. Can't go into that. There's too far ahead. Yeah. It's a terrible fight. Jinx is getting reset. No, you're not going to get a Braum game. Unfortunately, I think Braum's terrible right now. Platinum. Yeah, eugenics doesn't have to be racist, but I'm just saying that, like, those types of conversations are rough. I mean, marrying your cousins actually doesn't really have that much of a genetic impact. It's like certain birth defects have like maybe an extra 5% chance or something like that. But it really doesn't like matter that much. Now, marrying like your brother or your sister, that has problems, you know, more genetic problems. But I think marrying a cousin is largely overblown as far as like risk. Then stop playing Poppy, dude. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's like, yeah, Kai'Sa is not very good. I'll agree, dude, but like, you're playing a champion that most of the time needs to get carried. I mean, there should always be more options than your immediate family, but like, especially in some smaller communities and things like that, like really small areas, you know, cousins may not be that far out of the question. But I don't know. I've never dated a cousin or whatever, but I don't think it's as risky or as much of a problem as some people say. But this day and age, there are probably better options than your cousins, too. No, we're Platinum 3. We're P3, those were promos for P4. So we're whatever it said we were. What are we, like 68 or something? I didn't see what the LP was. Did I label the stream wrong? It says P2 promos, right? On stream? Really don't like Zillion Metal. If we have a hyper carry, 80 carry, maybe it can work. I mean, Jax is very strong. Mundo is kind of strong. Yeah, but the mail order bride, I would not recommend that. You're probably going to be delving into human trafficking. I mean, maybe not. There are some women who just want to marry internationally, especially like Americans that are from, or other wealthy countries that are from more poor countries. And if someone wants to do that, if they're down with that, then whatever. If it's two consenting adults, it's fine. But yeah, if you're doing something like that, you definitely want to be very careful about human trafficking and stuff like that. Oh, my nose is so itchy. I mean, what do we... It's Nami, I guess. We could also try a Soraka game. I know it's a joke, but I'm just throwing that out there. Soraka might help counter
Let me guide you.
Malphite ult. Since we know they don't... It's just like kind of a poke lane bot. Watch them lock double assassin, like assassin middle, assassin jungle. Hey, I mean, well, sort of assassin. I don't have a ton of sustain early, but we're probably not going to be going for kills. I think I might just go with that. Yeah, Kate Karma is actually great for Soraka in theory, because you should be able to heal through most of their stuff early on, so that's good. The problem is if they have assassins. I wanted to try this in a Malphite just so that I have like burst healing to compensate for his ult. I mean, it's not about like whether someone's good or bad. There are lots of cool champions, but some of them are just not very good in Platinum, and Braum is one of them. Like, he does not scale whatsoever. He has a good early game. Like, the only person I would even consider playing Braum with would be Lucian, but it's not. He's been nerfed so much. You need scaling right now. Or, like, very heavy pressure in lane. Yeah, Braum is terrible. Even in pro play on 916, he had like a 43% win rate. And that's where he should be the absolute best.
This is my path.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I wish we had a heavier carry jungle, but...
Make me look good and I'll make you look good. Got it? Oh yeah, let's get down.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
To heal and protect.
Damn it! Oh yeah, come on.
But I don't want to play, like, Rakan would get pressured out too hard by Caitlyn and Karma early, and then it's really hard. Like, Malphite's really good into Rakan. Because, like, that knock-up, he does so much burst damage, and the knock-up isn't reduced by tenacity at all, so that's really rough. And then I feel like Nami, like, I kind of wanted to play Nami too, but Nami's also really rough in a Malphite. So I'm just trying to see if, like, I can scale up enough to where, like, when Malphite ults, I can not get hit, and then I ult to counteract it, and then try to go from there. Like, I ult, drop a redemption, and then try to heal whoever I can.
The whole world in balance.
Well, Zaya should have waited, because now they're going to have... Maybe if I don't come in for a little bit, they won't... Because that basically tells them that Shaco started top, if they're paying attention.
For peace of mind.
I'm gonna have to flash.
An ally has been slain.
Where am I needed? Never falter.
An ally has been slain.
I lend my aid. Every step, a new journey.
An enemy has been slain.
Appreciate it.
I should have been more patient. Like, I wanted to get that coin, but
An
Karma's
ally
just so
has been
strong,
slain.
level 1.
Shall we?
An enemy has been slain.
To heal and protect.
I'm gonna back and get a BS sword here, probably.
What must be done?
I wonder if Presence of Mind would be something. I don't think so, though. Because you can't really use the tenacity rune at all. Caitlyn pushes so fast.
Unless I'm doing this fast.
The whole world in balance. For peace of mind.
Can we get this? I was trying to heal him, but I guess he ain't having it.
This is my path. Boom.
Yeah, Water Dragon is just so good.
You have been slain.
Gracefully.
Yeah, I don't know why she just randomly started going that hard.
The whole world in balance.
We're getting destroyed on CS also. Top 3 for camping bot lane. I mean, that's just basically who are the top 3 junglers. Depends on your elo bracket. I think Kha'Zix is really high up the list. I think Master Yi, especially at Platinum and lower. The lower it goes, the better Yi is.
An enemy has been slain.
Eve, I think is really good. Jarvan. mean, it doesn't take anything special. You're just down there and you get a 3v2 most of the time. Stuff that can skirmish early is pretty good.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't have any way to like start fights though. Okay, just, I don't know. We're just gonna have to push. Jack's is doing pretty well top. I mean, we could maybe win around Jack. How close was that? Damn, if I would have ulted, maybe could have turned that around. I wonder if going like ulti hunter plus like taste of blood for Soraka and lane. I don't know. It's tough because revitalize is so good. I feel like you kind of have to have revitalize. I'm gonna need mobility boots too. Waste my flash. I was hoping I could flash silence so that she wouldn't be able to flash. Might get malfighted here.
An enemy has been slain.
To heal and protect.
Yeah, I don't know, Revitalize is super good on her, so... I mean, maybe I could go something like Barrier or Guardian instead of Airy. And then, probably dead. I did the old control ward, but don't clear the ward. I was underestimating that Malphite might be there.
The whole world in balance.
Is he gonna be able to jump? Yeah. Whew. What a gangster.
For peace of mind.
Yeah, maybe that's it, and then that would allow you to go, that would give you more protection, and that would also allow you to get, like some kind of ult reduction, because your ult's so powerful, but you just can't get the time reduced on it very much. So maybe, that would allow you to go like Taste of Blood, which will give you more sustain, and Ulti Hunter. I don't think you can do Presence of Mind with her because you just can't use anything else in that tree, but Taste of Blood's really good, so.
I lend my
Oh yeah, you never want to see Malphite as AD carry. I haven't tried him since the rework as support. I mean, maybe.
Turret plating will fall. Ally has been slain.
never waste a breath.
That was pretty clever. I thought he was just going to go for Pantheon, but maybe going for that way was a little bit better.
An ally has been slain.
Okay. I mean, I could see it. I've always really liked Aerie a lot more, but there's so much burst in the meta right now that maybe that's just better. And they have buffed Ulti Hunter a lot, so that would allow you to go Ulti Hunter. And your ult is like really, really strong, obviously, but it's like gives you global pressure as well. Just getting that CDR would be nice.
Gracefully.
Yeah, I mean, I do need to go get wards, but I'm also, like, trying to make some plays here. I just got spotted. I really want that. That's so useful right now.
An ally has been slain.
Who died?
In balance.
Zillion. Damn it. I should have stayed up there with Zillion.
For peace of mind.
Now Pantheon's gonna be able to roam.
Where am I needed?
I wasn't super impressed with Swain support. I haven't tried Malphite support. I mean, maybe in some matchups where it's like against Ezreal or something, or it's just kind of a pushover lane, or tier Kai'Sa, which that's a lot of matchups right now. It's like, what would be the benefit over him versus Rakan? He does a lot more damage. I mean, that's a big thing. Like AP Malphite, maybe. I don't know. I have to study up and see. There was no way you were gonna kill him at that point after your stun's down. Come on, bruh.
Never waste a breath.
I got Caitlyn's flash too, so we traded flashes, and then my sacrifice got a couple more kills. Hey, Safi. So we picked Soraka because I thought it would be a nice counter to the poke of Caitlyn and Karma in lane. And because I wanted some answer to like a Malphite ult. And they didn't have like that much mobility or assassins at the time. Oh shit, I thought that was someone on our team. Like, nope. Just the Malphite hanging out near us. Alright, well. I keep dying. I guess we're trading. Guess I should have held that silence. I wasn't thinking about the Pantheon coming in. Why would you not just backstab her first before throwing the shiv? Oh my god, for real?
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Violence cannot go unanswered.
Oh, that had already been cleaned. Okay.
This is my path. Heal and protect.
Come on, bros. Just let me get to rank 9 or whatever. Huh. Alright, yeah, they're gonna force us to face check. Sucks.
Gracefully. I heed their call.
An enemy has been slain.
Where am I needed?
Another Vestian victory.
Jax does need to go spin. You gotta watch him off of that.
The whole world in balance. For peace of mind. I heed your call. Serenity.
Well, I held him up long enough to get one more kill, I guess.
Shut down.
I lend my hand. Every step, a new journey.
See if Shaco can kill somebody in rotation. Malphite's gonna have his ult for sure, though. Without Jax, then we need to wait on Jax. Nice. Because it did not get the full kill there, so he doesn't have enough to one-shot, so... If Malphite's not one-shot, then he's pretty much worthless. I think it was a combination of Zillion's Archangels and like a burst heal. Nah, I don't know. I'm very wary of like you can do Spell Thieves on her, but it's pretty good on her, but if you get slammed in lane like we did, then you're not going to get your wards until really, really late. I don't know. Unless you have, like, very, very guaranteed ways to proc Spell Thieves, I'd rather just run, Coin. On most champs. Top different. I mean, our team was just better than they were late game. I mean, Jax scales super well. Karma falls off a cliff late game. Malphite's like good for engage, but once he can't one-shot anymore, he's done. Pantheon's worthless late game. So like the Jax and the Xayah were just way better, and then Shaco got us through the mid game really well. Oh, okay. Tally ho then, lads. Tally ho. Yo, what's up, Scott? Wait. How much? We had Okay, yeah, I guess we were probably at 68 after double loss. Yeah, more promo, yay! I don't know. I think the Guardian thing, this day and age, especially after a lot of the nerfs to sorcery after a while, could be pretty solid.
Your worst decisions will haunt you.
Especially after the nerf to, like, the inspiration tree. Like, inspiration and biscuits got nerfed, so being able to go domination secondary, I think, would be pretty good. I mean, I could try it again here. Yeah, if we're playing for late anyways. Gragas usually does burst magic. I think like she could be pretty good in like burst magic situations.
Let me guide you.
You do have an AoE slow for Font of Life. I guess that could help out with Ardent Sensor because, well, otherwise you have to heal the person for Ardent. It's not really that much. I mean, if you have plus healing and shielding, I guess it does add up. This, I mean, we're not going to win lane with Vayne anyway, so I guess we might as well go for that. And then here, maybe that. Oh, thanks so much, Chi. Yunchi Yip, thank you so much for becoming a channel member again. I really appreciate it. I think I remember you from before, so if you still need access to the Discord or whatever, let me know. Although most of the Discords become public these days. And then it's down to, okay, bone plating for laning or conditioning for later. We're gonna get some poke off the Nami. I mean, maybe we could do second wind. They don't have that much poke. Probably conditioning. Obviously revitalize after that. And then I think Taste of Blood and Ulti Hunter is what I want to try. And I'll still take Exhaust. I mean, I think Barrier is also really popular, but Exhaust does help your ADC a little bit more. Because they have a lot of melee. Barrier is better if they have, like... They have, like, a lot of close range champions. Like, even Kai'Sa's pretty close range. I don't think your E applies font. It's movement and oh, if you get the snare, the second part of your E, yeah. Do I play any Lulu? It's very rare in this meta. I think that Lulu can be good. I mean, Lulu with Vayne is potentially pretty good, but some people are moving away from assassins as much. Like, we're seeing more like Mundo and Gragas's and Nunus and stuff like that in the jungle now. So if people are doing that, then Soraka's going to be a lot better. Or if you have tanks on your team. I'm still gonna go coin though with Vayne. I mean, I know Spell Thief does a lot more damage. I'm just not confident that we're gonna win this lane. Like, if we had, if I had Draven or something, I'd probably go Spell Thieves. Hey, what's up, Blue Badger? It's going alright. I think we're 50-50 on the wins.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
We'll see. Soraka really doesn't have that many mana problems early. Like, her Q only costs 40, and when you level it up, it's only 5 extra mana per level. And you get a lot of Fairy Charms early also. So typically people will rush Athene's on her, but even if I rush, like, Redemption or Ardent Censer, all of those have a bunch of Fairy Charms, so... I mean, yeah, the first couple of levels, maybe I run out of mana, but, you know, with Sorcery, yeah, it's like Ares okay in the lane, it's pretty good later on, like, Ares the main attraction, but then, like, mana flow's, like, okay, but your mana is pretty cheap on Soraka, especially in the mid-game, and then,
Where am I needed?
Absolute Focus is not that great on her because you're going to be, you know, under 70% health a lot of times. And Scorch is not, like, that great either if you're not, like, a really aggressive lane. No, we lost both the promos. One game, I think we had an AFK for the first 5 minutes, and the second game we just got blown out. I don't remember what happened in the second game, but yeah, we got destroyed in both games. Ooh, that was pretty nice. That shield off of that blocked all of the damage. Could have gone for silence, but I think getting a little bit of a heal on Vayne would be nice right here. I always want to try to hit a Q first if you can before you use the heal, because it increases your healing by like 40%.
Where am I needed?
I don't have a ward, which kind of makes me feel a little... You have to smite early. Oh, he got it. Yeah, if I would have stayed, that would have been a lot cleaner.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Man, he had some balls of steel there. I thought he was going to die way earlier, but he saved his smite until the right moment.
This is my path.
I go in 3 points of Q in lane.
I lend my aid. I heed their call.
Oh, was there a stream lag? I don't see any on my OBS, but sorry if there is. I didn't lag personally, and I don't see any in the stats for OBS, but maybe there was some. I don't know.
The whole world is unbound. Gracefully.
A little bit careful of Gragas here.
Where am I needed? To heal and protect.
Oh wait, never mind. He's over there. He's over there. Okay, yeah, we can... For once, we're not getting camped bottom. I thought for sure he was going to be here by now.
This is my path.
An enemy has been slain.
I lend my aid. I heed their call.
You're not maxing Q. You're getting 3 points of Q for the laning phase. For wave clear and harassment. And then you switch over to W, and you max W by level, or by rank 10. I maybe could have just ulted and walked out of there, but I was going to be so slowed from the tidal wave. The fact that Q also pushes so well, and it's on such a short cooldown, I think that Q is better You need some kind of aggression early other than just max W unless you're completely getting blasted in the lane. And, you know, some people will get 3 points in E. I just think that Q is just better. Q also heals you. And increases your heal. Don't forget that. Like, every time I land a Q, it gives an extra, right now, 109 extra healing to my ally, which is almost double the amount of my normal heal. I've got this in, like, a Soraka guide for anyone, like, interested in checking it out. I talk about this quite a bit. Why I highly advocate for the 3 points in Q, unless you are, like, a challenger and there's just no way you're ever going to hit a Q on somebody. Hey, what's up, Taki? Now, Ryze doesn't have any mana, though. That is going to save him, I think, and Trundle might be able to come in there and kill him. Never mind. Gragas held his barrel. But it did make the fight last long enough where I think Trundle's going to get that kill. Yeah, they got him. Yeah, it is Della, but it's a 20-second cooldown, and it doesn't do anything for the rest of your kit. It doesn't heal you anymore. It doesn't heal your allies anymore. It's been nerfed all to hell. It does way less damage. The thing that E has going for it most is it's guaranteed. But even if you only hit like 1 out of every 4 Qs or so, that's still the same like cooldown as the E would have, and the same damage. So even if you're only hitting like 25% of your Qs, it's still, I think, better to go Q. Q also wave clears, which is, you know, something a lot of people don't think about, but it does pretty good damage to minions, and so it's going to help your allies push more when you're trying to prepare objectives. And that's probably one of the most underestimated things about most supports, is how well do they wave clear, because you're not actually farming the CS, so it doesn't get talked about a lot, but it does help you push and pressure towers and, you know, move to dragons or barons or whatever, you know, like 3 seconds faster, which definitely adds up.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Yes. Any kind of percentage health increase that you get does increase the healing that you get from Q. Revitalize increases it, all that stuff increases it. So it heals you, both you and your ally, for quite a bit. So, like, yeah, I mean, this is healing you and your ally for an additional 100 off of 3 points in Q. In addition to doing more damage and lowering the cooldown and increasing your wave clear, like, it's a really, really strong ability. It's just really awkward to play with because the speed at which the Starfall comes down depends on your distance from the target, so it's very different depending on how far away you are. Yeah. No, I mean, people noticed it with Pyke, but not because of support Pyke. It was because of mid lane and top lane Pyke. Yeah, supports that have pretty good wave clear, that's an attribute of their kit that doesn't really get talked about by most commentators, but is actually pretty important. I've been talking about that a long time in terms of Nautilus. I mean, like, Zyra and, like, Brand obviously have good wave clear as AP champs, but tanks like Nautilus also have pretty good wave clear, and Rakan, if you max W, has, like, okay push off the W. Although you gotta be careful with that one, because that's also his escape. I really don't like Emax unless you're a challenger, like I said, and there's just absolutely no way you're going to hit your Qs. I think it's most players you can hit Qs. Like, I don't hit a lot of them. You know, I'm probably only hitting like a third of them, but I think that's still better. And the Q is just far better for team fights, too. I was checking to see. I didn't think her ult also applied it. So if you hit a Q, did the ult apply rejuvenation? It doesn't. It's only your W, but still, like, it's still really good. Yeah, I mean, we're massacring them. Their jungler has no pressure. He's 3-1, but like, he's just not coming down here. I mean, our jungler's not coming. Oh god, here he is. Of course, as soon as I say that, he comes down. Of course, I get jinxed as soon as I say it. Yeah, Soraka scales so heavily. If they don't get on me and kill me immediately, yeah, I was just sticking with the Vayne. I mean, they're really like, we just kept getting advantages. So there's really like no reason to back out of that. Probably go for Redemption next. I mean, I'm just being real. I don't know how many I've hit, but it's fine. Like, it's a very low cooldown. Even if you miss a lot of them, it really doesn't matter that much. It's a low cooldown. It's a low amount of mana. You're not giving up much pressure by missing it, like, because you still have your silence, you still have your W, so, like, it's an extremely low risk ability that has a pretty high reward.
Every step, a new journey.
Killing spree.
Some top laners for Nectin. Okay.
The whole world unbound.
Ally has been slain.
Gracefully. Where am I now?
An ally has been slain.
Shit. I didn't even see that going on.
To heal and protect.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, you know, you want to hit it, it helps. So yeah, you're losing, like, collateral opportunities by not hitting it, but I'm just saying, like, it's not the same thing as missing, like, a thresh hook or something. Like, you can throw it with impunity. No, you don't want to do presence because there's nothing else in that tree that's, like, any good for her. Like, the tenacity rune's not going to be that great because you're just going to get blown up. You don't have mobility to begin with, so... I mean, I guess you could try to go, like... You don't really want to go, like, coup de grace or cut down or anything. I don't think so. So, like, Presence of Mind is good, but it's like, the other runes aren't so good in that tree. I don't think. So there's something I'm not thinking of. Versus, like, Taste of Blood is very good early on. I don't know what you're talking about, Secrets. If you're talking about should you max E or Q, like the E cooldown is like very, very high early game. It's like 20 seconds or something versus Q cooldown is like 6. So you can get off like 3 Qs before you can get an E. They do a similar amount of damage, but Q heals you, Q heals your allies for way more, Q scales with plus healing and shielding. Like E really doesn't do anything. Especially if you're going for this kind of Guardian build, which I'm trying out here. It's even worse because then you don't have Scorch, you don't have Airy. So it's like, you know, maybe Emax if, like, you're going for the full poke build, you know, with Spell Thieves, Scorch, and Airy, and if you have an AD carry that's actually going to follow up on that poke. Because, yeah, I mean, it is more guaranteed, but it's been nerfed so much over time because it was so guaranteed.
Gracefully.
Enemy has been slain. Double kill.
I think we're too far away. I would just go for this.
To heal and protect.
Like I said, if you're gonna hit like a third of your Qs, I think Q is way better. What do I think about Lulu? I don't think Lulu's that great. I mean, she's okay. Like, in theory, she should be good, but the problem is... like, she should be good, but the problem is, she basically only has, like, 2 abilities. Basically, her W and her ult. And you have to choose, do you want to do, like, give somebody the attack speed, or do you want to use your peel with polymorph? And champions can still move around with their polymorph, so it's not a full-on stun. Wait till that... Okay. I was gonna say, I'm gonna wait till that ignite finishes, and then I'll ult if I need to. So, like, you know, if someone's running at your AD carry, yeah, you can polymorph them, but if they're trying to run away, they're still gonna be able to run them down. And he doesn't really scale with plus healing and shielding at all. Because, like, your ult doesn't count as a heal. It's just an infusion of health. So that means, like, Ignite doesn't have an effect on it, but it also means the stat plus healing and shielding. Her E's not really that great. All it is a shield. Like, it does put picks on the person, but I mean, she seems like she should be good, but she's almost always one of the lowest win rate enchanters. And personally, I mean, I always have a pretty low win rate on her too. So, like, she has the best scaling for an 80, like, to buff up an 80 carry, because you put picks on him plus your W. Like, that's a lot of extra on-hit damage. It's just, you know, the other stuff about her is not that great. Like, her scaling with plus healing and shielding in particular is pretty atrocious. No, the infusion of health goes a long way, but I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. It doesn't count as a heal. So, when you have items like Redemption or Ardent Sensor that give plus 10% healing and shielding, it doesn't benefit from that, whereas basically every other enchanter does. So that means she's gonna, like, her stuff is 20 or 30% less effective. It's also single target, whereas just like Soraka's is multi-target, Sona's is multi-target, Nami's is multi-target, all of their heals and shields. Janna's ultimate's multi-target. And it doesn't scale with, like, Rejuvenate either. If they have Spirit Visage, that it doesn't benefit from Spirit Visage. So there's, like, all these multipliers that
To heal and protect.
don't scale as well. It's like, yeah, in the abstract, could she be good? Like, if there were no other enchanters in the game, yeah, she'd probably be pretty good. But the problem is there are other enchanters that just do most of what she wants to do better. Other than hyperscaling and AD carry, but you're giving up a lot of problems with that. So it's not that it's bad, it's just you have to take everything in context. Like, you have to understand there are choices. I might die here.
Never waste a breath.
Sona's really pushing stats. Like, she may not have the highest win rate right now, but her W scales insanely high. I mean, Lulu's win rate, I'm almost certain, is lower than Sona's. Maybe not. Maybe Lulu's slightly higher, but you can't always just look at win rates. I mean, champions like Akali, Irelia, you know, a lot of these champs don't have high win rates, but they're potentially really oppressive. I'd say most of the top tier champs that you're seeing in, like, pro play and even in solo queue for the most part, just don't have high win rates when they're played really well. I mean, Sona doesn't scale as hard as she used to before the most recent round of nerfs, but she's still pretty good.
This is my path.
I mean, I'm just telling you, that's why. Like, those are the problems with Lulu, is that she just doesn't scale, and you have to choose. I think what they should do with her is just make her ult a heal. Make her ult into a heal so that it scales with plus healing and shielding, and then move the attack speed over to her E. So then it's a choice with Polymorph of, do you want to give somebody movement or do you want to CC someone? But then her shield would still give attack speed. Because right now, like, her W just does too much. It's like, it's your CC, it's your attack speed, it's your move speed, it's just everything. It's just an overloaded ability. Man, you need to watch out. Just let Rise do his thing. It's fine, just push the lane, push the lane, push the lane. I mean, just make them go answer Rise. Like, we don't have to fight them right here. Well, Yumi's kind of like that for the support role, you know? In pro play, people consider her to be one of the most impressive supports. Even in solo queue, she gets banned a ton, but she has a really low win rate. And then Tom and Braum are also often like that for solo queue, where they have low win rates, but they're often seen to be some of the best supports. Rakan's also kind of like that. Historically, he's had under a 50% win rate, but he's been one of the best supports. I don't think so. I think she still has a lot of other problems, potentially. Like, she's slow, you'd still have to make some important strategic choices. She doesn't have much heal. I mean, maybe not give her both of those buffs at the same time, but they could at least start with putting the attack speed on her E instead of her W. What does a champ need to have to be played as support? They need to be able to work on a low gold economy. So they need to not require expensive items. So very few items, if any, that are over 2,500 gold. There are a couple exceptions, like Zyra and Brand are exceptions. Because they have really high base damages, they don't need many items. Zyra and Brand can function really well off of just like an item and a half, just Sork boots and like Oblivion Orb. But by and large, that's a huge requirement, is you need to be able to buy, especially plus healing and shielding items are really, really strong. But if you can't do plus healing and shielding items, then you need to be able to work well with Zeke's and Knight's Vow. So it's mostly itemization things that block people. They need to have like high base effectiveness on their abilities, which usually comes in the form of crowd control. Just have good crowd control, but if you have other stuff that's like has really high base value, and that could be good. So like healing and shielding has pretty high base value because it just scales so well, even starting early on in the game. And then things like, you know, Leona or Nautilus is like million seconds of engage. Can work, but I mean, that's the biggest thing. It's just like it needs to be able to work with the items in that ecosystem. It needs to not require a bunch of levels. That's why something like Cassiopeia is not that great a support. It's like, yeah, she could have pretty good poke, she could have like okay itemization, but she requires a lot of levels, or like Ornn requires a lot of levels to get his like passive working. Yeah, MF was a counter for Zyra for like one tournament. MF has never really been that great in solo queue. It's not a great example. It was literally one tournament. I think it was like season 6, but it was never good in solo queue. Misfortune support's not going to come back. She already got buffed a little bit, but they've nerfed most things that made her good. She was like okay in the Dark Harvest preseason. I think she got nerfed during that time, but because she could proc Dark Harvest so easily with her E. But yeah, then I think they nerfed the E several times. Black Cleaver has been nerfed a lot. Back when she was really good, Black Cleaver was an amazing item, so you only needed like Black Cleaver basically for Misfortune support, and she was really good. You just start Frostfang and get Black Cleaver and you're good to go. But yeah, there's a lot more stuff in the game right now. People just aren't having like 5v5 team fights as much either. Like there's so many assassins and there's so much mobility that she's just a sitting duck. You can very easily just get to her and blow her up. I think it was really one tournament for the most part. I literally, when the season started the next season, I don't think she was playing that much. It was really just one series for the most part. It was the was it Coup Tigers versus SKT? Like no one else had even been playing that in the tournament. And then it was like that series, I think, was the semifinals. And then some people may have tried to do it in the finals. I don't remember. But it was really just for like a couple of sets. He plays no middle at all. Fine, you had. Alright, I'll just play Cassio. I mean, it sucks, but I can't dodge. I'm in a series, and he literally has never played mid. And I've at least practiced it some on Viewers Night. This other dude's like, bro, you don't even play support. Like, some people are trolling. Like, there are other autofills, but... Alright, I'm gonna try Cassio. I'm probably gonna get lit up, but...
antidote for me.
Just try not to feed too hard. I could have done Malzahar also. But I've practiced Cassio the most. Syndra support's not that great right now. I mean, if you're a one-trick, it could work, but... I really don't like this phase rush crap. I wish that Comet was way better, but... Everybody does phase rush. I mean, it does help you kite better. Fine, I'll take cleanse. It just doesn't scale that well. Like, if you're extremely good on... I mean, yeah, you could say that, like... I mean, you play Riven support if you're, like, extremely good on Riven, but, you know... For the general population, you're way better. I mean, if you can hit Syndra stun, you can hit Zyra roots also, or you could hit, like, Brand Q stuns, you know, and they're just perform way better as support. Like, Syndra needs quite a few items as support. Like, her items are expensive. I don't know. I just don't think that she's gonna... I've tried her before as support, back when people were actually playing her a little bit more, before a lot of her nerfs. She needs levels, too, because that's how... I'm pretty sure, like, your ranks that you put in an ability upgrade it. Like, when you get max ranks in your Q, you get, like, a bonus, or max ranks in your W. So she really wants levels. And you're just not going to get them as support. I mean, you can play it if you want. I'm just telling you, like, that's why you don't see it that much. I think if you want to play an AP support, your best bet is Zyra or Brand. If you want to play something that's a little bit different, maybe Vel'Koz or Xerath. Or, like, okay, but... Lux, still pretty decent.
The Summoner's Rift.
Syndra APC is a little bit different because then you're actually getting gold. You're still going to be down in levels, but you're getting gold. So, I mean, I've seen like I think G2 played that some, but Syndra mid is good, but that's because you're getting solo experience and you're getting a lot of levels.
I will take care of everything.
Minions have spawned.
I still like Zyra better than Brand, but like Brand against like a heavy melee team can be alright.
Many wars begin with a whisper.
Dang it, I was hoping he was gonna pick ADTF and just like give me a free lane. Probably should have started Fangs first. Just to make sure I can actually last hit, because I'm going to be terrible at last hitting. Last hitting so bad. What the hell? Why am I not dominating this guy? The last couple of times I played Cassiopeia, I was crushing him. Oh, it's because I was basically smurfing on Viewers Night. So when you don't play on your main account, it makes you look way better than you actually are. Oh. Just a slight little dig there at other content creators that smurf and create the all caps videos against people that are way worse than they are. Back to max.
Partner.
All right, nice. Murdered on CS, although it is pushing towards me. I mean, I think I could play mid at like a high platinum level, mid to high platinum level, but I'd have to just practice it. I just don't practice it enough. I do it some on Viewers Night, which is good because sometimes stuff like this happens where I need to play my off roll, but But it's better that I play it than the other support because I've at least practiced it some. I mean, support, you almost never get auto-filled. Like, it's the rarest position to get auto-filled. So, you just... And when you play support, it's just so different from other roles because you don't CS. And you don't 1v1. It's always, like, you're playing around other people. So you don't have to know, like, 1v1 strengths as much. So, like, a support getting auto-filled is really the worst. Because other people play, like, other roles much more often than supports, typically. guess I just go by. I was kind of hoping we could do dragon or something maybe. But he wants to go farm.
Miss me. Do not tempt a viper.
I held my flash because I thought I might be able to get out with cleanse. Only. But then, yeah. Nunu chased me too far.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
He's gonna be able to outrun me.
An ally has been slain.
Holy crap, is that devastating or what?
Double kill.
They got the dragon, but we got several kills off of that, which is nice. Yeah, if he knocks them up and I throw the poison, the purple poison on them, then they can't. They're gonna have a hard time getting out of that. Cassiopeia can unload a hell of a lot of damage if she just gets to sit there and free fire. She's just very vulnerable. So,
Flexible. Extreme.
I don't know. We got 3 kills off of that. I'll trade a mountain for 3 kills, especially 2 kills on a Cassiopeia. Bots might be in trouble. Well, maybe not. TF roam down there again?
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Secrets are sharp.
Nunu might have come down there. I don't know. I could have maybe, I don't know, ulted the Nunu and blown him up. I'm not sure. Instead of just flashing, maybe I could have turned it. I don't know. TF was going to be on me also. I don't think I have that much damage yet. But if I ulted the Nunu and then cleansed the snowball, I might have been able to kill him. If I was Caps, I probably would have killed him. But Nice. That was really good by the Zac.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. Turret plating will soon fall.
I may leave, but
I maybe should have just backed. I'm kind of slow right now, but
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
yeah, probably should have backed, and then I could have been back to rotate more. Maybe, I don't know.
Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay, I'm just gonna go over here and get my blue, probably. If he, it looks like he wants to go top side. Maybe should have pushed middle first. TF just pushed so fast.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to.
Your turret has been destroyed.
well.
I should have rotated over there faster instead of trying to race. I forgot the rift there.
An enemy has been slain.
Now they're gonna get mid tower too.
Shut down.
And that Twitch is super fed too. We're in pretty good shape. They just out macroed us a little bit here. I'm fed, Twitch is fed. Got a Lulu backing up the Twitch. Twitch is not there.
An ally has been slain.
Where did... What was Twitch doing? Damn. I thought Twitch was rotating over there too. That is unfortunate. If we had everyone there waiting to go, we could have definitely killed the TF, like, right out the gate. Nipple guns, what? That's fine. It's a little lewd, but, like, I don't think that's that offensive.
Do you have a longing? Or would you like one?
I mean, we could have gone for Dragon also, I don't know. What the hell was that? What was that slow? Oh, it was Kale? Yeah, let's go. Let's go. We should be able to slam this down. Okay.
Shut down.
I like to leave a lasting impression.
Died Twitch. It's rough. They're gonna take my blue. It's fine. I mean, I don't need it. Ooh, okay, hold up. Hold up!
Soon it will all
I can't really go anywhere with TF on the loose. Not knowing where anybody is, so I just have to chill. Can we get this? We need to be in the middle of the map. TF's going top side. I don't know. I guess they're just getting a free tower bot.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
Hey, thanks, McBurn. Thanks so much. That helps out a ton. Okay, they got out. Can we just, like, go middle now? Pretty sure just flat win. Like, Cassio's so good at team fighting. At least I got like a 3-person hold. I think they might just be able to win off of that. Maybe... I maybe could have cleansed and ulted faster. I don't know if my cleanse was up. It probably was. If you start your animation to ult, then it finishes the ult, even if you get stopped. So I should have just started my animation a little bit faster, and I probably would have lived.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Do you have any healing? Not really. I mean, I could go for something like Zanya's. I think I'm just gonna go Void Staff. Go for that huge damage.
An ally has been slain.
Watch yourself.
No, just give it up. We at least need to push mid in first.
You have slain an enemy.
Kill the tower, boys! Holy shit.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
Where's Kale teleporting to? Twitch should kill her, right?
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I'll be back soon. control.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
But not so easy.
I maybe should have gone for decap instead of
Elsewhere.
rod. We'll go for a death cap right now, though.
I know what everyone wants.
Okay, we just need to have a front-to-back team fight, so we win every team fight. We should. We should have the better engage off of Zac.
Has been destroyed.
Let's split push.
Violence is so messy. I'll take care of everything. I'll be right under their nose.
Just need to group up. If they don't kill the Twitch, like, immediately, I'm pretty sure we just win. If we can get the Kale to not split push, we should eradicate. I'll let Twitch have it. we just need to kill the Kale. Like, the only way they win is by split pushing. But they all could be hiding, like, anywhere. The problem is, like, Scion can't fight Kale because he's a tank in the top lane, late game. And we can't really force them to fight. Well... Maybe Twitch? Kale's gonna win. Do we have a tank top lane? Ten and 3 up 80 CS mid. Doesn't matter. 10 and 2 before that last fight. I mean, a lot of that was compositionally. Better mid wins. I'm not reporting him for saying something sassy, thinking he's cool because he got hard carried by Kale. It's fine. No, top lane is not an impact role if you play something like Scion in 2019 in the top lane. Like, that's the problem. Is like you have to play carry stuff right now because that's exactly what happens. Is if you can't match a split push late game, it puts a ton of pressure on your team. We did have pretty good engage with Zach, but well, I mean, that's just gonna happen. It's gonna get carried. They just had a better comp. Like, I mean, really what happened is I think the Twitch got killed several times, isolation kills, and that put us really far behind in our lanes. We were able to force fights on them when we had inhibitor pressure and when we had Baron. I don't even remember how, but I feel like Twitch was off doing something stupid and got caught and killed several times, and that let him get momentum back in the game. And yeah, that last Zac engage was really terrible. I should have just probably let him die and just waited until someone else was close by, but TF 120% got carried. Dude, he was 1-11. I was up 100 CS. I was 10-2 going into that last fight. Like, the only reason they would have lost every single clean 5v5 that we took, like, the only reason they won was because Kale, like, Scion couldn't handle Kale one-on-one late game, and it was requiring 2, sometimes even 3 champions to go deal with her. Like, that's actually it. I mean, like, TF can be a good champ. He did make some okay plays, but that game, that particular TF got hard carried. The Kai'Sa was doing all right too, but it was mostly the Kale. It's such a massive problem. And if we didn't get caught so much in the mid game, like when Twitch and Lulu went bottom instead of going mid, yeah, they got a tier 1 tower, but we didn't get deep into their base. Like, it delayed our push by like a minute in exchange for like a tier 1 tower, which was definitely not worth it.
Your worst decision will haunt you.
I'm not saying TF as a champion is bad. I'm saying that TF got carried. I mean, I was off-rolled. Like, I never play mid, and I smoked him. And I was like 10-3 up 100 CS, even through ganks. I mean, yeah, I got ganks too from the Zac. I think I didn't count it up, but I think there was a similar amount of ganks mid lane. But, I mean, it's fine. It doesn't matter. I'm not surprised. How to deal with Malphite. I might try Soraka again. I feel like Soraka was doing pretty well. Malphite's, if he's jungler, he's not going to put on a lot of pressure early. It's the Kha'Zix. So what is it? It's Malphite support. Kha'Zix is something I definitely do not want to see. Well, I might have to take barrier against Kha'Zix. Yeah, I mean, I think it's situational. Like, barrier's really greedy. It doesn't help your AD carry out, but if they have a lot of mobility and they're gonna blow you up, you might have to get it. Like Kha'Zix. I mean, Kha'Zix is like Soraka's worst nightmare. Nah, I mean, I think barrier because there's a high probability that Kha'Zix is going to be able to get on me. And Malphite, if he wants to flash ult me, is probably going to get on me. I wouldn't do sorcery second. We're probably not going to win lane. I mean, we might, but... Like, TF in general is an okay pick right now, sort of. If it's AP TF. I do not like AD TF. But that particular TF got blasted. I mean, that's what we're trying to say. I mean, I'm not... yeah, Zoe's kind of problematic too, but... We'll see. Oh, I mean, TF is all about side lane pressure. Like, he did make a couple of plays in the side lanes a couple of times. I think he only made one where he actually got a couple of good kills. The rest of the time, he was getting pushed and poked in. And I was just out farming him. Hey, what's up, Devious? I mean, I got auto-filled last game. There was a, actually, I didn't. There was another person that was a support main that really wanted to play support. So we gave him support. I played Cassiopeia Mid. I was up 100 CS, and the mid laner ended the game 1-11, and I was 10-3. Our Twitch coming out of the laning phase, I think I was 5-1 or 5-0 coming out of laning phase, and Twitch also had 5 kills. I mean, we were up like 15 kills at one point, and then made some really stupid macro decisions. Twitch got caught several times, lost our momentum. We had a Psy on top, just got outscaled by Kale. And we had a Zac jungle. So really, like, it took pretty much either Twitch or me to go back and deal with the Kale. Yeah, I mean, we do not have a very good... Well, it depends. Like, Ari can make picks. Fiddlesticks can make picks. I'm not super excited about the team comp, but I think we got to play it because we're in a series here. Yeah, I mean, they have pretty good skirmishing also. Hope I'm not bugged. Hello? Seriously? Fucking 6%? Let me out of the game. Stop. Close. Why are we loading? I'm saying, like, exit out. Yes, I'm sure, because I pressed exit on League of Legends. Nah, when I tried to end task and press exit, what I really meant was, nah, I don't really want to exit. I swear to God, if it gives me a loss by not letting me log in whenever I tried like 3 different times to reconnect. Fuck you. Legal. God damn it. I'm so fucking sick of this shit. This is twice in a series. I haven't lagged at all night. Twice in multiple games of a series, it's done this to me, like in the past couple of days. And I tried to log out. It would not let me log out. Like, I pressed reconnect. It was stuck at 6%. It was stuck at 100%. Yeah, but who gives it? They're not gonna care if I report a bug. They know it's there. All kinds of people have been fucking reporting that shit. I'm not even lagging. Like, it's not lag. It's literally just not letting me into the client. It was at 100%. I was trying to exit out of the game, and it won't even let me exit out so that I can re-log in. It said it was 3 minutes. It's lever bustering me. Like, it's saying that the game had been going on for 3 minutes. It's not like it's telling me that I'm, It's not like it's telling me that I'm, like, it's a dodge. I'm pretty sure it's straight up, like, telling me I was in the game for 3 minutes, and it just won't let me, like, into the game. I think. I mean, maybe it counted it as a dodge, but that's what it did to me last time. It said it had been loaded up.
Your work
It was like 100%. It didn't load up. I tried to exit out, get back in, reload like 3 times, and it would not let me reload. And then it lever bustered me. So I get a full loss, and I get a lever buster tag. So if that happens several times, I could be temporarily banned. It's not telling me here whether or not that was the case. And I didn't bother to look.
Let me guide you.
Yeah, why wouldn't I be mad about that? I mean, what are you trying to say, C. Fritz? Like, League works most of the time. I mean, just general rule of thumb, like, if you think I'm going to be mad if you say something, probably just don't say it. Like, I don't think anyone would just go about their business and, like, not be annoyed, at least, by getting kicked from their series the 2nd time in a row. From not lagging, not my side, but 100% client side just not loading me in. They are aware. They're 100% aware. Is this Malphite support again? They have Hecarim though. We're gonna get camped. I think I'm gonna have to get a little bit extra there. I'm not saying woe is me. Like, I'm not looking for your pity. I'm saying that I'm not happy about it. I think I'm allowed to say that. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm not asking for, like, donations because I got kicked from a game. I'm not even holding my fist in the air. Like, I'm just annoyed. That's it. End of story. I don't think I'm a special snowflake. I know it happens to a lot of people, but that doesn't mean that I have to be happy about it.
Never waste a breath.
I mean, I started up another game, like, right after it.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Not running around the room screaming. Throwing my keyboard.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Poppy support. Alright, sure. Huh, yeah.
Gracefully.
Minions have
Yeah, this game's gonna be rough. I maybe should have just dodged this, because it's like PTA Teemo. Like, who carries this? Maybe Echo? I mean, I guess if the Ezreal is good, he could potentially carry it. I don't think Spell Thieves... Why would Spell Thieves be better this game? We're not gonna apply significant pressure with an Ezreal. Like, Spell Thieves is not worth unless you, like, really leverage the early game. Like, you force them into at least one bad back where they're gonna be losing out on gold. Otherwise, you're losing a lot of your power in the mid game by not having the gold off a coin.
Every step, a new journey. This is my path.
Like, Spell Thieves, you're paying a premium for, like, doing a little bit more damage early on, but you're giving up a lot of gold in the mid-game by doing that. So you better, like I said, the only time I would consider getting Spell Thieves if we have, like, a Draven, maybe a Lucian in certain matchups and things like that. Yeah, I mean, part of the reason I'm playing Soraka is against these Malphites, because when he ults, then I can drop a Redemption and ult also and cancel a lot of it out. Goes top.
The whole world in balance.
Quit messing around.
Never waste a breath. Gracefully. Of mind.
Huh, okay, so she keeps trying to dodge to the right. Like, fade forward and right. Dodge that time.
By the power of the stars.
First blood. Enemy double kill.
Holy shit. Should not have walked that close to that wall.
And open it.
I lend my aid.
Hopefully it was a... I don't think it was a dodge, though, because, like, once the game starts loading, it's not a dodge. Once you see that load screen, it's not a dodge. I'm pretty sure.
Where am I needed?
It maybe should be, but... if you never show up to game, but it counts as a lever buster.
To heal.
I don't even think it was 3 minutes. Like, I probably spent 2 minutes trying to reload the game. It's gonna be tough. Hecarim's got a couple of kills. And Hecarim's very good against Soraka. Okay, that was good. I don't know why she was going so crazy. Like, trying to fight him right there. He's got Sheen. He went Sheen instead of Tyr. That probably caught her off guard. Ezreal does a decent chunk of damage if he hits everything with Sheen. Holy shit.
gracefully.
Dude, he's gonna have a freaking Trinity, like... He's gonna have, like, 9-minute Trinity Force. Maybe not quite that fast, but, like, probably not that far off. Really? Who got the kill? Did Jinx get it? No. How did she kill me? I thought I got out of the Q blast range. Did she get a buckler and auto me for... I don't know. That's unfortunate.
This is my path.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta try to pressure and get advantages. What the fuck? That wasn't anywhere close. Oh my god, this Zac is awful. Is this dude, is he like first time Zac? This is why, no, this is not why. Poppy support is bad, really bad. Especially against the Soraka. In theory, like, maybe against Rakan or something, it's okay, but like... I just misplayed there. And we have Ezreal on our team. And she's just like completely disrespecting that our jungler is in the game. And she chased me all the way up the lane, like, so far ahead of her Jinx. I don't think it's the pick at all. I think Ezreal has to snowball. I mean, Ezreal's, like, it's just dependent on if he, like, hits his stuff or not, most of the time. Like, he's not great early, but... he's very, like, people play him because he's very safe. Holy shit, dude. He's got 6 kills. I thought she... well, I guess I knew she didn't have flash. Maybe I didn't need to do that. I don't know if Hecarim was coming or not, though. Oof, almost. Okay, Hecarim's top. The only kind of Teemo I think that's, like, actually could be good is, like, just the full-on AP Teemo, but so many people just don't build that on him. I'm out of mana.
Ally has been
Okay, there we go. And before I get like one shot by Hecarim. I might have to go Tabby, otherwise Hecarim's just gonna actually one-shot me.
To heal and protect.
I do wish there was an armor plus healing and shielding item, but it'd probably be really OP.
I heed their call.
Jinx ult at 12:04. Yeah, I mean, it's like a 1.5 minute cooldown, man. It's it's gonna be up again the next time we fight. I think it's like a 90-second cooldown. I think killing ward should be worth more experience, because it is like pretty risky to do it, and oftentimes you have to miss lane experience to do it, so I think they should give out more experience for killing wards. That would help supports out a little bit, like supports that are doing good things, keep up in levels, you know?
Gracefully.
Wow, really? They're gonna play it that safe? Are they gonna come after this? Shit. Well. Oh my god. Through barrier. Okay, well, we got a kill on him. Let's say through barrier, through my ult. He took ignite, right? Yeah.
Every step, a new journey.
Yes, T asketh. Yes.
This is my path.
If you think Poppy is the reason they're winning this game, I don't know what to say to you. We're up CS as Ezreal. Like, in this lane, which really shouldn't happen.
I lend my
If you think they won that encounter because of Poppy, I don't know what to say to you. I mean, she has made a couple good plays. It's just like, it's not a good pick overall. Like, if they would have had, you know, she slammed into some walls there, yeah, like, that was a good play. So I don't want to take away that this Poppy's, like, playing all right as a person, but, like, the pick itself is pretty weak. Like, if they were playing any kind of hook champion, Pike, Nautilus, Leona, any of that, and they catch me with something like that, I'm gonna die as Soraka. How does Poppy have good synergy with Hecarim? Like, the only thing that makes Poppy unique from a lot of other champions, one of the only things, is her ability to stop movement. It doesn't do anything to Ezreal or Soraka. It's like, it's alright, maybe late game against Echo. You know, it's good against the Zac engage, I suppose. But as far as, like, assisting Hecarim, I don't know.
An enemy has been slain.
Come on, just one more auto. Okay, maybe... Okay, nice. Alright, we should be able to get this.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I know people love Poppy on the channel, so I don't want to talk too much about Poppy, but I always try to be honest with you guys. Like, the easiest thing, you know, to get a lot more views is just to kind of, you know, placate everybody. Say, oh, yeah, that's all. It's very good. Yes. You know, like, to anything anyone says. But, you know, I try to be honest with you guys as much as I can, because I want to see you win. I want to see you succeed. You know, if people are just kind of for fun players, that's fine too. But I always want to try to be honest. Now, I'm not always right, but my intent is to try to be accurate. That's my intent. So, Ezreal did ult and kill, I think, someone in the bush. I think he killed the Malphite. Why did he go in on that? I guess he does have his ult, maybe? I don't... I really want that water dragon. So awesome on Soraka. And we know that Hecarim ran topside, so we should be able to get this.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Well, we are getting back in this. I mean, we're still up, like, almost 40 CS. I mean, Echo was our major win con. Basically, Echo's number 1, Ezreal's number 2. Ezreal's been playing pretty well, too. Especially for an Ezreal. There's a backhanded compliment there, but... Hey, thanks, Anton. I appreciate it. That's actually warded, but I can't clear it with Ahri missing. Yeah, there's Hecarim.
The whole world in that.
I thought that was the Malphite for a second. I should have warded over that wall. I didn't even think Ahri would be there. Thought I got the silence off. If I were to take Mikhail's and Redemption, maybe Ingenious would actually be alright here too. I don't know.
Double kill.
Gracefully.
Timo just flashed out of the ult. Okay. Alright. Blow every cooldown in the book to try to kill me. Hey, what's up, Alex? Yeah, it's running a little late. I'm hopped up on some coffee. And I don't know. I don't have anything in particular to do tomorrow, so I slept a lot today. I still think that the ulti hunter is probably better, though. I don't know. Because the thing is, like, Athene's is so good that you just kind of have to have Athene's, and Athene's obviously is not an activatable, so... Yeah, it is. It's like almost 4:30 a.m. Hey, thanks. And thanks for watching, by the way. Yeah, it's the weekend. I don't have anywhere in particular to be tomorrow, so... Get that. Give me a little bit more health. 4 wards. Zach's got Spirit Visage too, which is great, because that means I'm going to be able to heal. Like, that means I get 30% of my healing on him as well.
Never wait.
Doing pretty well. We need an Echo. Everyone's coming up pretty big, except for Timo, but... Oh shit. I thought Echo had it pushed in. Oh well. Yeah, I should have run away. Damn it, they're gonna get Baron. Maybe. Well, actually, Echo might be able to hold him. They don't have James.
This is my path.
An enemy has been slain.
I live.
Trying to stop his ult. I think they're gonna run him down. Yeah. Now we can get Baron. Okay. Timo actually did a good play. He kept them all busy. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's go. 2 people dead, including Malphite.
Where am I needed?
Team has destroyed an inhibitor.
We got him. Yeah, it definitely counted as a loss because I was at 67 LP. What are we at? We're at 6 hours something. Yeah. We're at 74 viewers. Yeah, I probably need to go ahead and call it there. We can go out on a win though. Wanted to try to go out on something positive there after getting trolled. So we just straight lost 2 games that were very difficult to, like, one, we had an AFK from that bug, but he came back at like 2 minutes and 30 seconds or something. He managed to log in. And he was super far behind. I think that happened yesterday in a promos as well. And then the other game we just got blown out. And then we get back into promos. Get bugged out. Lose that one. I think the previous game was kind of close. No, yeah, it was the Cassiopeia game where I went 10-3 and I was up 100 CS and we lost. So that's rough. But hopefully I don't get like temp banned for Lever Buster. Yeah. Nah, it is. It wasn't on op.gg's not updating, but yeah, that right there was Lever Buster. Yeah. No, you do lose LP. You only don't lose if it's not you. If it gets remade and it's not you, then you don't lose. If you're the person that loses, if you're the person that didn't show up, you do lose. So that's why I had 2 losses. I got into promos, had 2 losses, and that's why I was at 65 LP afterwards. So yeah, you definitely lose LP. It counts as just a full loss, just like anything else. Only you get a Lever Buster tag instead And I don't know. They probably don't release exact statistics on when you get punished as Lever Buster. So they don't want to... No, you do get LP loss. Yes. 100%. If you're the one that leaves, you get LP loss. Yeah, so if you don't want to play it, you need to dodge before that countdown finishes. But yeah, I mean, I think this Guardian Soraka's feeling pretty good. Like, I've just been picking it into Malphite because everyone's playing Malphite right now, but it is pretty good if they have, if they don't have a lot of, mobility and burst damage on you. And it's pretty good at countering, the AoE damage team comps, I think. And especially if they don't have, an all-in support. Like, if they don't have, a Blitzcrank or a Pike or something like that, I think it's pretty good, too. So there's a couple of things that are lining up to make it a little bit better here. But, anyways, we'll get back at it tomorrow, so thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I got to play a bunch of non-Rakan stuff, which is good. My Rakan win rate has been dipping the last 7 days, so some of the ladies are coming back in. I mean, Janna, I am 4-2 on her, 3-0 on Soraka. Actually, it's not counting today's, so that Lever Buster loss is going to give me a loss on her, but I think. Not sure how that works with that, but anyways, we're starting to win a bit more with the Enchantresses, so... I think Janna is safer than Soraka in general, but I think that Soraka probably scales harder in team fights. Like, dropping a Redemption as Soraka plus your R just pretty much erases a lot of team fight damage. It's pretty much resets, heals everybody. Soraka also has much more oppressive laning phase, I think, than Janna does. Like, just spamming those Qs is pretty crazy. Now, Soraka is a bit more vulnerable to Grievous Wounds, but almost everybody has Grievous Wounds anyways. And Soraka has the Global Ult, which is really nice at influencing fights from afar if you need to. But, I mean, Sona's pretty legit too. But really, I'm trying to pick someone that cancels out Malphite's ult. If I can. Soraka's, burst healing at least helps quite a bit with that. But... anyways, that's going to be it. Thank y'all very much. We'll be back tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'll see you then. Have a great day.